What's going on, Not Move Nation? Welcome to the Not Move podcast. Today is November 16th at 8:22 a.m. Eastern Time. I'll be breaking down the football games for today. First off, I'd like to give a thank you to our supporters, subscribers, and followers. We really appreciate you guys. And a special thank you to our sponsors, BetUS, MyBookie.ag, Walmart.com, Open Goal, the MLB and NFL Pro Shops, and W Energy Drinks. All right. We have a game starting here in about an hour. Washington versus Miami. This game is being played in Spain. Okay. Miami has a 1-0 all-time record against the Washington Commanders. Miami won that game 45-15. Miami leads the all-time series 10-6 against Washington. And then Tua has a 1-0 career record against Washington. Mariota has a 1-2 career record against Miami. And what I'm seeing here for the weather is that it has a retractable roof, so even if the weather is bad, it's all good. And I'm looking at rotogrinders.com for that weather update. ROTO grinders.com. I appreciate you guys there at rotogrinders.com for those weather updates. So I'll just get started with this game first, and then we'll go over injury updates and weather updates for the other games. So let me see the notable injuries in this game. So I had a lot of my information. Power went off and it didn't save. So I'll do the best I can today to navigate through that issue. All right. So quarterback for Washington, Jaden Daniels is out for this game. Terry McLaurin, wide receiver for the Washington Commanders, out this game with a quadriceps issue. Kicker for Miami, Jason Sanders, remains out for this game. For the Miami Dolphins. Jason Sanders for the Miami Dolphins, kicker, out with a hip issue. Noah Brown, wide receiver for the Washington Commanders, out with an issue there. D. Eskridge, wide receiver for Miami, out with a shoulder issue. And you guys know, Austin Eckler, running back for Washington, remains out. Tyreek Hill, wide receiver for Miami, remains out. Darren Waller, tight end for Miami, remains out. Pectoral issue. All right. So, and then Luke McCaffrey remains out for Washington. That collarbone issue. So Miami is 5-5 against the spread. Washington's 3-7 against the spread, which is the worst in the NFL. So if you guys like Miami today, you got that working with you. Both of these teams carry a 3-7 record into this matchup. I give Miami a decent-sized passing advantage in this one, mainly because Washington, they're both similar in passing yards per game. Miami ranks 24th, Washington ranks 26th, but Washington allows the second most passing yards per game out of any team this season. And then Miami's passing yard defense ranks 13th, so they are above average. So overall, I give Miami the passing advantage in this one. And, Miami ranks 12th in passing play percentage. At the beginning of the week, they ranked 12th in that passing play percentage. So they do call a higher percentage of passing plays more than league average. Washington really likes to call a high percentage of rushing plays, relative to league average. They rank 28th in passing play percentage. So what else here? The rushing game. I mentioned that Washington calls a high percentage of rushing plays, and I do give them a rushing advantage in this one. I think with Jaden Daniels being out, obviously that hinders that rushing attack a little bit more. But, both of these defenses in regards to rushing yards allowed per game are pretty similar. Washington ranks 23rd. Miami ranks 26th. So Washington is limiting rushing yards per game a little bit better, but both of these teams are near the bottom of the league in rushing yards allowed per game. But Washington ranks 7th best in rushing yards per game this season. Miami ranks 23rd. So, overall, once again, I give Miami a pretty decent sized rushing advantage, but with Daniels being out, maybe not as significant. And I give Miami a slight third down conversion advantage. Miami a slight red zone attempts per game advantage. And then for Washington, I give them a slight red zone conversion advantage. And when I say red zone conversion advantage, I mean that when they enter into the red zone, they are converting touchdowns more than Miami. And sometimes it's not just more, it's sometimes that the defense is just allowing it more often. But, overall, Washington ranks second best in the NFL in red zone conversion rate. The problem with them is that they don't get a lot of red zone opportunities. They rank 29th in red zone attempts per game. But I also give Washington a slight sacks on the quarterback advantage and then a slight turnover. Actually, let me double check that. I got on my notes here, slight turnover differential advantage, but it may be a big turnover differential advantage. Let me double check that. It's at the footballdatabase.com. Washington, Miami. Okay, a slight. Yeah, a slight. I forgot to put a negative there. Okay. So who am I leaning with in this game? I'm seeing that Miami's favored by 2.5. They have a good sized passing advantage. I think Miami's passing advantage is bigger than Washington's rushing advantage today. I like Miami's record against the spread. Once again, Washington 3-7 against the spread. I like how Miami leads the all-time series 10-6. Tua has a 1-0 career record against Washington. Mariota, quarterback for Washington, has a 1-2 career record against Miami. So I'm leaning towards Miami in this one, minus the 2.5. But let's go see if we can find some player props. And if you guys have any questions, feel free to let me know. I will do my best to address those questions. Once again, I had a lot of information wrote down on my notes here, and then the power went off. It flickered and took out some of my information here. So I'll do the best I can to navigate through that storm. So, I mentioned that Miami really likes to pass the ball relative to other teams in the league in regards to play calling percentage, and how how Washington has a weak pass defense in regards to yards allowed per game. They've allowed the second most. Washington, before the week started, they allowed the most passing yards to quarterbacks. Last that I checked, Tua, quarterback for Miami, his passing yards were over under 232.5. He's only gone over that in 3 out of 10 games this season. If you want to toggle that down to 200-plus passing yards, he's gone over that in 5 out of 10 games this season. He has played one career game against Washington and threw for 280 yards and 2 passing touchdowns. He did not have a rushing touchdown in that game. So if you were thinking about maybe a Tua quarterback sneak for a touchdown, I mean, yeah, anything can happen any given Sunday, right? But, he did not get one in that one career game against Washington. Washington, I mean, it makes sense that they are weak at defending receiving yards allowed to either a running back, wide receiver, tight end, or maybe all of them. But it makes sense, that they allow the most receiving yards to wide receivers this season. And then they allow the fifth most receptions allowed to wide receivers. So obviously, I looked into Waddle a little bit here, Akine, and Malik Washington. So Waddle over under 78.5 receiving yards. I saw he's gone over that in half of his games this season, and he did not go over that in his only career game against Washington. He also did not score a touchdown in that game. And then the receptions, he's gone over the 5.5 receptions in only 3 out of 10 games this season. But if you instead of over 5.5, if you took that at 5+, he has gone over that in 7 out of 10 games this season. So sometimes, adjusting those lines can make a big difference. And then he did not go over that in his only career game against Washington. So, I'm somewhat concerned here with Waddle. I think, I like that 5+ receptions, 7 out of 10 games this season seems pretty decent there. So, but if we had to keep the lines the same, I would lean more towards Waddle going over the 78.5 receiving yards, since he's gone over that in 5 out of 10 games this season, compared to going over the 5.5 receptions in only 3 out of 10 games this season. I think somebody who I'm really looking at in this one is Nick Westbrook-Akine. Over under 14.5 receiving yards last that I checked. He's gone over that in half of his games this season, in the games that he was targeted. And then he's gone over that line in 2 out of 2 career games against Washington. He had 61 receiving yards in one game, 72 receiving yards in another game, and he actually scored a touchdown in one of those games. It was actually a 2-touchdown game for him. So I think this is a player to keep an eye on in this one. Now, obviously, his role has changed a little bit probably since he's played Washington. I mean, if I remember correctly, he used to play for the Colts. But let's go maybe look at target share here for Miami. So he's played in 8 games this season. So really, with Tyreek Hill being out, he ranks 4th in target share on the Miami team. So he's not getting a ton of targets. But, if I'm Miami, I'm maybe looking for him a little bit more today. Jalen Waddle does lead this team in target share. And then he's tied with Achane. So Achane is a real heavily targeted pass-catching running back in the NFL. So last that I checked, his over-under was 37.5 receiving yards. Now, Washington has allowed the 8th most receiving yards to running backs this season, and they've limited the receptions pretty well to running backs. They ranked 5th best before the week started. But Achane's gone over the 37.5 receiving yards in 3 out of 10 games this season. If you toggle that down to 30+ receiving yards, he's gone over that in 4 out of 10 games this season. So not the greatest, and then he's only gone over, or he did not go over that line, that 37.5 receiving yard line in his only career game against Washington. He did have 30 receiving yards, and he did score 2 rushing touchdowns in that one. So if you're looking for, I would feel more comfortable toggling that down to 30+ receiving yards, since he's gone over that more times this season, 4 out of 10 games. And then he did hit that mark in his only career game against Washington. And, if you're thinking about Dulcich tied in for Miami's receiving yards today, I didn't have time to look that up. or it got deleted whenever the power went off. But Washington has allowed the ninth most receiving yards to tight ends this season. So, if you're thinking about taking him for a prop, you got that working for you. And then, Achane, I do want to mention his rushing attack here just briefly. Miami, they could be better at rushing the ball. They rank 23rd in rushing yards per game this season. But Washington doesn't have the best rush defense. They rank 23rd in rushing yards allowed per game. Also, Washington ranks 23rd in opponent rush yards per attempt. So teams are picking up some pretty good-sized gains against Washington when they are running the ball. And Achane ranks third best in the NFL in rushing yards per attempt. So I could see him having some big gains in this one. And we can look at that explosive play data real quick, too. I don't think I mentioned the explosive play stuff with the receiving court, but I'll get back to that. Okay, so rushing defense. I'm looking at NFL.com. I'm going to rushing defense, and I want to know how many 20-plus yard rushing gains Washington has allowed to opposing teams. 4. So they're about middle of the pack. Not terrible. What about the 40-plus yard gains? 2. They've allowed 2 40-plus rushing yard gains this season. And then I'm going to go over here to rotowire.com, click on Achane, and see how many times he's had a 20-plus yard gain, 40-plus yard gain on the ground. 20 plus. He's had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8. He's had 8 20-plus rushing gains this season, 3 40-plus rushing gains this season. So, I think there is a decent chance that he breaks out for a 20-plus yard gain, maybe even a 40-plus yard gain here. But in regards to the over-under 83.5 rushing yards, the reason why I looked into this is not just the reasons why I mentioned, but because Washington has allowed the 4th most rushing yards to running backs before the week started. Now, he's only gone over the 83.5 rushing yard line in 3 out of 10 games this season. But if we get that down to 65 plus, I know that's a kind of a big dip there, but 65 plus, he's gone over that in 6 out of 10 games this season. He had 73 rushing yards in his only career game against Washington. And then once again, he scored exactly 2 touchdowns in that career game against Washington. Now, Miami, I already kind of mentioned their red zone attempts per game and their red zone conversion rate. But let me get a little bit more specific here. They're not doing great at getting into the red zone this season, but Washington's not doing great at preventing teams from getting into the red zone. So I do think there will be some opportunities for Miami to some decent opportunities, some good opportunities for them to get into the red zone. And when they do get into the red zone, they rank 15th best in the NFL in red zone conversion rate. Washington ranks 25th in opponent red zone conversion rate. So basically, what that's telling me is that if Miami does get into the red zone, I think there's a pretty good chance that they capitalize on those red zone trips. Specifically because Washington's defense hasn't been great in that red zone at preventing teams from scoring touchdowns. So I want to go look at, maybe a couple of things here. And then I'll see if we have – okay, cool. I want to look to see where Washington is most vulnerable in allowing touchdowns this season. What position are they allowing the most touchdowns to relative to other teams in the league. So they've only allowed one rushing touchdown to a quarterback this season. And there's not a big difference between them and the Chiefs. The Chiefs have allowed the most rushing touchdowns to quarterbacks this season. They've allowed 5. Okay. But, I think I'd rather look somewhere else for a touchdown here against Washington. They're about middle of the pack in rushing touchdowns allowed to running backs. They've allowed the second most receiving touchdowns to running backs. So I think that's, advantageous for HN. Let's go see how many receiving touchdowns HN has had this year. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, so, he can get it done on the ground or through the air. And then wide receiver touchdowns. Washington's allowed the third most. I already mentioned, Akine, how he has scored a touchdown in 1 out of 2 games against Washington. Now, I'm sure his red zone target share isn't the greatest, but, we'll check that out here in a second. So I'm interested in the running back and the wide receiver and really tight end too. So let's just go take a look here at the red zone target share in the NFL. Takes me to pro-football-reference.com. Okay, so that's what I'm looking at here. And I'm going to filter this by targets, not necessarily target percentage, although that could be beneficial. It is beneficial. But let's go see who on this Dolphin team leads the Dolphins in red zone target share. It's Jalen Waddle with 9 total red zone targets this season. And then it's Washington with 8. And how fitting would that be for Washington to score a touchdown against Washington, right? And then HN, 7 total red zone targets. And honestly, Akine he's only had 2 red zone targets. So maybe here's another good thing about Jalen Waddle. Okay, guys. I don't necessarily like his history against Washington, but he only played 1 game against them, So I don't think that now let's say he's played 10 games against them and never scored a touchdown against them, then I'm concerned. But he's only played 1 game against them. He does lead the team in red zone target share. But here's a good thing about Waddle too, in regards to the yardage and or possible touchdown. Washington has allowed the most yards per completion this season to opposing teams, and Waddle is the best on the Dolphins in yards per catch, and he ranks 22nd best in the NFL in yards per catch. So I think there could be, some big gains from Waddle, and that leads me back to what we were looking at earlier, the what was it? The defense, right? The receiving, the 20-plus receiving yard gains allowed by Washington, the 40-plus. Let's go check that out. They've allowed the most 20-plus yard receiving gains this season and the most 40-plus yard receiving gains. So I want to look at, Waddle. How many times has he had a 20 or 40-plus yard receiving game? In Westbrook, Akine, I think he played maybe for like Tennessee or something. Let me just double check. I remember him catching some long touchdown passes in the recent history. I think he did play with Tennessee. Yeah. So maybe he doesn't have a lot this season, but I think he is capable of that. You may want to double check me on that. But I want to see, how many, he doesn't have any 20 plus or 40 plus yard gains this season. But let's go check out Waddle. He's had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, which is a lot of 20 plus yard receptions this season. Waddle's also had 3 40 plus yard receptions. So, I think there is a real good chance that Waddle picks up a 20 plus yard gain. You might even see a 40 plus yard gain. So not only do I think Waddle has, that red zone target share advantage for Miami, but I think he could get a deep touchdown in this one as well. All right. So, and then let's go look at Washington's offense a little bit here. Washington. Miami wasn't too vulnerable anything specifically through the passing game, except what I will say is that they were vulnerable to receiving yards allowed to running backs and receptions allowed to running backs. They ranked 5th worst before the week started in receiving yards allowed to running backs, 3rd worst in receptions allowed to running backs. But Washington doesn't really seem like they have a dominant pass catching back right now. Jeremy McNichols, I think, could be the primary beneficiary of that Miami vulnerability. But he only has 18 targets this season. And, if Eckler were in for Washington, man, I think this would be a great spot for him. But unfortunately, he is out. So if you do see any running back receiving and or reception props that you're interested in for Washington, you got that working for you. I didn't see any when I was looking yesterday. Miami has allowed the 3rd most receiving yards to tight ends and the 2nd most receptions to tight ends. So that, makes me somewhat interested here in Zach Ertz and or John Bates, tight ends for Washington. I would have to lean more towards Ertz going over the 44.5 receiving yards instead of the 4.5 receptions, simply because he's gone over that in 3 out of 10 games this season compared to the receptions where he's only gone over that in 2 out of 10 games this season. But if we toggle those receiving yards from 44.5 down to 35 plus, he's gone over that in 6 out of 10 games this season. And then he's gone over the 44.5 receiving line in 1 out of 2 career games against Miami. He did not score a touchdown in his only 2 career games against Miami. And then, the receptions, if we take that from 4.5 down to 4 plus receptions, he's gone over that in 5 out of 10 games this season. And then he went over the 4.5 reception line in 1 out of 2 career games against Miami. I didn't have much time to look at John Bates, but if you're interested in him, I think you got that working with you. And then, Miami, I think that their biggest, vulnerability, their pass defense really isn't that bad. They rank 13th in passing yards allowed per game. It's the rushing defense where Miami has been vulnerable this season. They rank 26th in rushing yards allowed per game. I think Cross Key Merritt could see a nice gain in this 1 or 2. Miami ranks 28th in opponent rushing yards per attempt, so they're allowing a good amount of yardage per rush attempts to opposing teams. And Cross Key Merritt ranks 22nd best in the NFL in rushing yards per attempt. These guys, Chris Rodriguez and Cross Key Merritt, if you have them on your radar, I could see them doing decently in this one. Miami ranks 3rd worst in the NFL in rushing yards allowed to running backs. So if you had either of those guys on your radar, I could see them, doing something good here. Now, let's go look at explosive rushing plays allowed by Miami. They've allowed the second most 20 plus rushing yard gains and the second most 40 plus rushing yard gains. Once again, Krosky Merritt ranks 22nd best in the NFL in rushing yards per attempt. So, explosive plays are a little bit different than opponent rushing yards per attempt, right? Because teams could pick up, let's say, on Miami, an average of 6 yards per game, let's just say. 6 yards per game, but they're not getting the 20 plus, 40 plus yard pickups. So that's why, I look into both. And when we look at Krosky Merritt, he's had 2 20 plus rushing gains this season and then only 1 40 plus rushing yard gain. So that's not necessarily too impressive there. But I think he does have a chance, a better chance than normal to pick those up today. And then, on the flip side, Chris Rodriguez has had 1 20 plus rushing gain this season and then 1 40 plus rushing gain. So, I'd probably have to lean more towards Krosky Merritt getting that explosive play simply because he ranks 22nd best in the NFL in rushing yards per attempt. Now, I think Mariota is somebody here that we should keep an eye out on as well for the rushing yards. Miami has allowed the 6th most rushing yards to quarterbacks this season. Mariota's over-under rushing yard total was 26.5 last that I checked. He's gone over that in 3 out of 5 games this season. He's had 20 plus rushing yards in all 5 games this season. So if you can adjust Mariota's rushing total from that 26.5 down to 20 plus, once again, he's gone over that in all 5 games this season. And then he's gone over the 26.5 rushing yards in 1 out of 3 career games against Miami. And he also rushed for a touchdown in that game against Miami. So let's go take a look at where Miami has been allowing touchdowns this season. They've allowed the 2nd most rushing touchdowns to quarterbacks this season. And, I just said that Mariota did rush for a touchdown in 1 out of 3 career games against Miami. So I think that is another viable option here today. Washington has allowed the 3rd most receiving touchdowns to running backs. But it doesn't look like any of these Washington running backs has caught a touchdown pass this season. So that's the downside to that. Rushing touchdowns allowed by Miami. 2 running backs, they've allowed 6, which is about middle of the pack. Wide receiver touchdowns allowed by Miami, about middle of the pack again. They've allowed 9. And then what about the tight end? So they've allowed 7 to the tight end. Kind of makes me just want to look up Zach Ertz real quick. Zach Ertz versus Dolphins statistics. Once again, I usually have this information available. How many times Zach Ertz has gone over, had a touchdown against the Dolphins throughout his career. But I had some of the information that I looked up deleted. So game log. And I don't want to, spend too much time trying to find out how many times. He has a long history. I'll just see if he's played against Miami anytime recently and see, because I'm having to go through each individual box score, each individual year that he's played in the NFL here on ESPN.com. But, I'm back in 2019 right now, and he did not get a touchdown in that game against Miami. So he's 0 for 1 so far in career games against Miami and getting a touchdown. But I think, today he could possibly get one. We'll go look at Washington's red zone target share here in just a second as well. But that seems like where Miami has been most vulnerable. He didn't get one in that second career game against Miami. So it looks like he's played 2 career games against Miami, which is what I have in my notes here. Yeah, 1 out of 2 career games against Miami. And he didn't score a touchdown in either of those games. But, let's go look at the red zone receiving target share here for Washington. Deebo Samuel does lead the red zone target share for this team. I can see him getting a touchdown here, but Miami is more vulnerable in allowing touchdowns to other positions relative to the other teams in the league. And then it's Zach Ertz. Okay, it's Zach Ertz with 5 red zone targets. So those are really the 2 guys that Washington is looking for whenever they're entering the red zone. And, Deebo Samuel has double the amount of target shares in the red zone than Ertz does. Deebo has 10, Ertz has 5. Something else, that Deebo's capable of. Now, I didn't look into Deebo props a whole lot. I maybe should have looked into his rushing prop. Simply because, let's go take a look real quick. Rushing yards allowed to wide receivers is what I'm going to look at and see if Miami, is really vulnerable against that this year. Looks like they're below average in that category. Now, they haven't allowed a rushing touchdown to a wide receiver this year, and not a lot of teams have. But, I think that's always a possibility with Deebo. And, when Miami does get into the red zone, guys, when Washington gets into the red zone, they are the second best team in the NFL at converting touchdowns. Miami's got a pretty good red zone defense. They rank 8th best. The problem with Washington, much like Miami, is they have difficulties getting into the red zone. And, Miami's not that great at defending against teams from entering the red zone on them. So I think Washington does have a decent chance, about the same chance. I do give Miami a slightly better chance of getting into the red zone than Washington. But I do give Washington a better chance of converting those into touchdowns. So, yeah, I would probably have to lean towards Deebo here, even though Washington's been more vulnerable. I think all 3 of those are a possibility, right? Mariota, Deebo, and Ertz. I wish Ertz had better history. Let me see if I can just look up Deebo versus Dolphins real quick to see how many times he's had a touchdown. Against the Dolphins, he's had a touchdown in 1 out of 3 career games, according to statnews.com. So, about the same as Mariota. So that's where I would be leaning towards Deebo or Mariota getting in. Good morning, Ivan. Good morning, good morning, good morning. Hope you're having a great day so far. Thank you for joining. Yeah, we just covered this Washington game. Once again, I'm going to have to lean towards Miami minus that 2.5 here. And let's move on to the next game unless you guys have any other questions about this game. Okay, let's talk about weather. Okay, yeah. I know you like that too, a rushing prop sometimes. So I didn't see that Washington was extremely vulnerable to rushing yards allowed to quarterbacks, but I didn't see that they were specifically great either. when I'm looking at fantasy.nfl.com, I'm seeing that Washington has allowed the 9th, 12th, about 15th most. So they're about average in, excuse me. Sorry. They're about average in quarterback rushing yards allowed this season. And this is not on a per game basis. This is by how many rushing yards teams have accumulated against Washington. Okay. Over the course of the entire season. So, and then let's just go look at Tua versus Commanders statistics to see how many times Tua has, reached that. He's played one career game against Washington in 2023. Tua versus Tua game log. So what I'll look up here, goes to ESPN.com, and I'll go to year 2023. All right. And he played Washington. He didn't have a rush attempt against Washington in his only career game against them. I think something else that we have to look at for Tua is how many times has he gone over that in his last few games, His most recent game, -1. So he hasn't had 2 or 3 rushing yards in his last 3 games. Let me get a drink of water here. Yeah, he hasn't gone over that in his last 3 games. And then he did not go over that line in his only career game against Washington. So I have concerns about it, Yeah, for at least 2 passing touchdowns. I see, he had exactly 2 passing touchdowns in his only career game against Washington. He threw for 280 yards. And when we look at passing touchdowns allowed by Washington to opposing quarterbacks, they've allowed the most this season. So I think, you're on to something there, Ivan. I like it too. 2+ passing touchdowns for Tua. Also, something else that is an added benefit here is that Miami calls a higher percentage of passing plays than league average. So they do like to focus on passing the ball. And, yeah, I think this is a good spot for Tua to get those 2+ touchdowns passes. Tua's been letting you down. Well, I'm looking here on his game log, Ivan, and I mentioned that he hasn't gone over the rushing yards in his last 3 games. But before that, he was doing great for you. 6, 4, 5, 6, 10, 0, 7. So maybe he gets back on track today, but I'm not, not something that I'm specifically trying to target here. I think it's, kind of 50-50 chance there. So, yeah, let's get into some injury updates and weather updates, okay? It seemed like there were a good amount of games here today that could be impacted by some weather. I'm looking at rotogrinders.com, all right, guys? ROTO grinders.com. And what they're saying here is that in the Green Bay Packer and New York Jets game, wind should be at about 20 miles per hour early in the game. And then maybe dropping a little bit later in that game. But wind gusts, can be anywhere between 30 to 40 miles per hour in that one. So that is significant wind, and that can make things more difficult for the longer passes, the longer kicks in that Green Bay Packer and New York Giants game. Cincinnati at Pittsburgh. I'm seeing winds are going to be sustained around 15 to 20 miles per hour. gusts likely around 30 to 35 miles per hour. And the wind looks like it's going to be the strongest earlier in the game. And they're saying that it should be more manageable later in the game. But I think that's a big hit to Cincinnati. Just off the top of my head, I know Pittsburgh's pass defense has been bad this season. And, Flacco has shown that he can sling the ball a little bit this year. So I think that is a downgrade for Cincinnati today, specifically. Tampa Bay Buccaneers at Buffalo. Winds should be sustained at around 20 miles per hour with wind gusts of around 35 miles per hour. They're saying, that it's likely that there's a bigger wind impacts earlier in the game than the later stages of the game. There's still a chance of some rain or snow. So wind and or slick conditions could be problematic in that Tampa Bay at Buffalo game. And then, Baltimore at Cleveland. Winds. So that seems to be the main factor here in some of these games today is the winds. Sustained winds in the Baltimore-Cleveland game around 25 miles per hour. Wind gusts around the 30 to 35 mile per hour range. That could be more impactful on the deep throws and kicks. A chance for a few raindrops is what they're saying. So, just back to that Tampa Bay and Buffalo game. I was looking up how Baker Mayfield tries to attack, those bad weather games. I was just interested. My buddy asked me a question about what I thought about Tez Johnson this week. He's trying to start a fantasy player, trying to pick somebody up on the waivers. I told him about these gusts and how Baker Mayfield has openly stated that, in bad weather games, he doesn't necessarily try to air the ball out, pick up big, doesn't try to rack up the statistics, really tries to manage the game and take care of the ball. So, that just alone has me a little concerned here for the stat sheet of Baker Mayfield and the pass catchers for Tampa Bay. Baltimore, Cleveland, same thing, man. Jerry Jeudy, I think he's in a great spot today going up against Baltimore's weak pass defense, but the wins have me a little concerned there. And then we'll go over the injury updates. Once again, thanks for joining today, guys. Really appreciate you. And then thanks to the sponsors once again. All right, so let's go take a look here at injury updates. And then we'll look into these games individually again. Drake London, wide receiver for the Atlanta Falcons, questionable with an illness, but he plans to suit up, is what I'm seeing here on the FanDuel Daily Fantasy app. Plans to suit up. Devontae Adams, questionable with an oblique injury, but is likely to suit up, is what I'm seeing here. Bucky Irving remains out here for Tampa Bay due to a foot/shoulder injury. Jackson Dart out, quarterback for the Giants. He is out today with concussion issues, and it looks like Winston will be the starting quarterback. Brian Thomas Jr., questionable with an ankle issue for Jacksonville. He is the wide receiver and is not expected to play today, is what I'm seeing. Brian Thomas Jr., wide receiver for Jacksonville, is not expected to play. CJ Stroud out with a concussion issue, and looks like Davis Mills will be in line to draw that start. here today. J.K. Dobbins, bad news for Denver. Running back for Denver out on the IR. I'm hearing that, maybe it's likely that he'll miss the rest of the regular season. Had to have surgery. Bad news for Denver there. Quentin Johnston, wide receiver for the Chargers, questionable with a shin issue. And it appears that he is likely to play, is what they're saying, after participating in a full Friday practice. Marvin Harrison Jr. out with an appendix issue. Let's go see some other notable injuries here. Kyler Murray remains out. Isaiah Pacheco out, running back for the Chiefs with a knee issue. Darius Slayton, wide receiver for the Giants, out with a hamstring issue. Dalton Kincaid out for the Buffalo Bills today with a hamstring issue. So Jackson Hawes and maybe some Dawson Knox, if you like, Buffalo tight ends. should see an increase of playing time, snaps. Matthew Golden, wide receiver for the Green Bay Packers, questionable with a shoulder issue, questionable to play. So we just don't know if he's going to play or not yet. Calvin Ridley, wide receiver for Tennessee, questionable with a hamstring issue, but I'm seeing that he is likely to play. Rashad Bateman, wide receiver for the Baltimore Ravens, out with an ankle issue. McMillan and Godwin, wide receivers for Tampa Bay, remain out. Torrey Horton out for Seattle today, wide receiver. Justice Hill out for the Ravens today, running back, backup running back for the Ravens, out today with a toe issue. Savion Williams, wide receiver for the Green Bay Packers, questionable with a foot issue. And that seems like about it for the notable injuries today. I mean, yes, there are some other ones, but not to any of the star players or players that have a pretty big impact typically in games. All right, let's get started here on some other games. What game do I want to cover first? I really want to I'm sure you guys have heard about Chiefs Broncos a lot already. Breakdowns of Chiefs Broncos. Personally, what game I'm looking forward to, I mean, yeah, I have Minnesota for my survivor pick, right? But the game I think I'm looking the most forward to here is the Green Bay at New York Giants game. Mentioned that Winston is the projected starting quarterback for the Giants today. And this is the first game where the Giants have their new head coach, new starting quarterback today. I think this Giants team can rally around those two guys and get a win against the Packers today. Now, statistically, it probably doesn't look like the greatest situation, but I mean, I think it makes sense. And the Giants are 5-5 against the spread this season, and the Packers are 3-6. All right. The Giants have won 2 games in a row against Green Bay. Jordan Love lost his only career game that he's played against the Giants in. And I'm going to see real quick Jameis Winston record against Packers. I'm going to see if I can find some information on that. Looks like he has a 1-2 career record against the Packers. So nothing great there. But, yeah, I see Green Bay does have a big passing advantage in this game. Statistically, I got to give the Giants a slight rushing advantage, although now that Dart isn't in, it's probably closer than what the statistics are telling me. Green Bay, big third down conversion advantage, big red zone conversion advantage, big red zone attempts per game advantage, big sacks on the quarterback advantage, slight turnover differential advantage. So, I mean, statistically, Green Bay seems like the pick here, at least to win. The spread, once again, Giants are 5-5 against the spread this season. Green Bay is 3-6. So I think maybe Giants could cover. But if I had to pick a winner in this one, I would go Green Bay. But man, a good statistic would be, what's the record of first-time coaches? I think it's kind of good if I'm not mistaken, but that's something that I would look up, career record of first-time head coaches. Or coaches that replace another head coach a coach that replaces another head coach mid-season. That would be an interesting statistic to know. But I just like Jameis Winston. I like his vibes, and just not somebody who I'm trying to go against today. The Giants. That was a big reason why I didn't pick the Packers for my survivor pick. I was definitely thinking about that. Definitely thinking about New England, and I know Minnesota. The line is closer in that Minnesota game than these other two games, and it may come back to bite me, but I gotta go with what I gotta go with, and I just couldn't go against the Giants today. Now Jordan Love, let's see, the Giants ranked 23rd in passing yards allowed per game, and they ranked 31st in rushing yards allowed per game. Okay, Ivan says Jordan Love for rushing yards. Yeah, I have him here over under 8.5. The Giants have allowed the most rushing yards per game, or not per game, but maybe per game, but the most rushing yards to quarterbacks this season. The Giants have allowed. And Green Bay really likes to call a high percentage of rushing plays relative to the other teams in the league. And with that line being at -7, I think there is a pretty decent chance that Green Bay gets ahead in this game and stays ahead in this game and continues to just feed Jacobs and or run with their backups, or even Jordan Love take off a little bit. But yeah, it's tough not to like rushing props here today for Green Bay. Another big factor in this is that the Giants allow the most rushing yards per attempt to opposing teams. I think that also works in Jordan Love's favor here today. Now, once again, guys, I had so much data wrote down, and it didn't save. Power flickered on and off real quick. So I'm going to do the best I can to navigate through that storm today. I'm not going to just not show up here on the air because of it. But Jordan Love, over under 8.5 rushing yards is the last that I saw. He's gone over that in 6 out of 9 games this season. So that's good. He went over that in his last game. I'm kind of interested here on, Jordan Love, how many times has he gone over that in that, or did he go over that in his only career game against the Giants? Is the question here. Did he go over that in his only career game against the Giants? He did not. He only had 2 rushing yards against the Giants. Now, this game is being played on turf. Okay? This game is being played on turf. So I want to see if Jordan Love is averaging more rushing yards per attempt on grass or turf. This year, it's turf. 9.3 average. He's only had 3 carries on turf, but he's averaging 9.3 rushing yards per attempt here on turf versus the 3.9 on grass. That's just this season. I want to see if, we see a trend. He did the same thing last year. He averaged more rushing yards per carry on turf, which is good. Same with the year before that. So the last 3 seasons, the last 4 seasons. So 4 out of 5 career years that Jordan Love has played in, he's averaged more rushing yards on turf than grass, which is beneficial if you like Jordan Love's over the rushing total today. I'm also looking at the home and away splits. Home and away splits. I'm seeing that he averages more rushing yards per attempt in every season that he's had on the road than at home. So this is a perfect situation, I feel like, for Jordan Love to go over those rushing yards, Ivan. Over 9.5. Yeah, so let's, what I was looking at was over under 8.5, right? But let's say we took that over 9.5. He has gone over the 9.5 the same amount of times that he has gone over 8.5 this season. So I would maybe even play it up to 11.5 because the 12 plus he's gone over 6 out of 9 times this season. And I love the fact that the Giants have allowed the most rushing yards to quarterbacks. They've allowed the most rushing yards per attempt this season. Now, if you think this is going to be a blowout, that's another thing here. Is you can look at the splits based on the margin of victory. I'm not going to get into all that, but it seems like the closer the game is, which is what I'm expecting today with Jameis Winston, it seems like the closer the game is, and there's not much history on it, but it seems like the closer the game is, the better likelihood it is for Jordan Love to go over rushing yards or to get rushing yards, or maybe not to get rushing yards, but per rush attempt. I think those are 3 good statistics to look at, the home versus away splits. The margin of victory splits. I know the margin of victory splits helped me with a prop earlier this year. I think it was David Montgomery when he played against Cincinnati. I noticed the year before that in games where Detroit won by 15 plus points, he had a lot of touchdowns. So I think that's beneficial there. And then, you can even dive into the month splits. Is this player good in a particular month? Grass versus turf splits. So I think those are good splits to look at. And once again, you can find that information on ESPN.com and filter. If you go to Jordan Love's statistics here, you can filter that by splits. Romeo Dobbs is good to go today. I believe he left last game with an injury. I can see him over 50 yards. Yeah, so Romeo Dobbs, I didn't see him on the injury report. Seems like he's good to go. He was a full participant at Wednesday's walkthrough is the last thing that I'm seeing with the FanDuel Daily Fantasy app. Note here, I'm seeing that he should be good to go. And, we were talking about the 50-plus receiving yards. Now, something else that we got to keep in mind here, guys, is the winds, right? The gusts can be coming in at 30, 40 miles per hour. So I think that can make things difficult. So I would feel more comfortable with somebody who is good at yards after the catch with the receiving yards in this game. Not necessarily somebody who, you can air the ball out to, Randy Moss. I mean, he can do it all, but, air it out 60 yards just because of that wind, So I would be looking for somebody who's good at yards after the catch, specifically because of these wins, which is different than yards per catch, right? Yards after catch, leaders 2025. Let's go take a look to see if I can find anything on that at the top of my head here. NFL leaders and yak, not yards per catch. I want to know yards after the catch. Okay, here we go. Green Bay. Tucker Kraft, he's out. Josh Jacobs is the second leader in yards after catch on this Packers team. And the Giants have allowed the 10th most receiving yards to running backs. This was before the week started. The 10th most receiving yards to running backs and the 6th most receptions to running backs. So it's not giving me a big list of players here that and this isn't by a yards after the catch per catch basis. This is just yards after the catch accumulated. So I think, Josh Jacobs is a pretty decent look here. 20 and a half receiving yards. He's gone over that in 4 out of 9 games this season. But here's the thing about Dobbs is he does rank first. Now that Kraft is out, he does rank first on the Packers team in yards per catch. And the Giants are slightly below average in opponent yards per completion. They rank 19th. Now, Dobbs has gone over the 48.5 receiving yard line. I know you mentioned 50-plus, Ivan. He's gone over the 48.5 line in 5 out of 9 games this season. He's had 40-plus receiving yards in 6 out of 9 games this season. Romeo Dobbs versus Giants stats. Once again, I usually have this information ready to go, but had some stuff deleted. But yeah, he's only got 29 and 32 receiving yards against the Giants in his 2-game history, unless he's played them in the playoffs. Because whenever I look that up on StatMuse, usually it's just regular season. So I'm looking just to see if he's played the Giants in the playoffs for some reason, and he hasn't. So I'm concerned about that. I think there's a few concerns that I have. Right, it's the big wind. It's the fact that Green Bay likes to call a high percentage of rushing plays. It's his history against the Giants that I'm concerned about. But I would really look at yards after the catch, right? I'm not saying let's throw that prop away. I would just try to find out, yards after catch NFL leaders and see if he is good at getting that. For some reason, I'm having difficulties finding yards after the catch. But yeah, that's definitely a big time statistic, especially in a game like this. And yeah, I'm just having. Let me see if I can. I don't want to spend too much time trying to find something that I'm not prepared for. But I'll definitely try to do a better job next week of doing that. Okay. Here we go. Yards after the catch. This isn't by a per game basis. Kraft, Jacobs. Really, it's Jacobs, man. And I'm looking down this list here, and I don't see a lot of yards after the catch for. He ranks 128th in the NFL in yards after catch. So he's there with Jordan Addison. I mean, it doesn't seem like he gets a whole lot of yards after the catch. So I'm concerned about it, man. I'd feel much better about it if the wins were not this impactful. So I think my favorite receiving prop, you know, now I was looking at Christian Watson, right? He has gone over the 42 and a half receiving yard line in all 3 games this season that he's played in. 3 out of 3 games. So I would lean more towards him going over the receiving yards, but I think honestly my favorite one here is going to be the Jacobs because I like the yards after the catch type of deal that they got going on there with Jacobs in a game like this. But here's something about Dobbs, man, is he could see a heavy workload today, especially if the Giants get up in the later stages of the game and Green Bay's forced to pass. You know, Dobbs with Tucker Kraft being out and Jaden Reed being out, Matthew Golden being questionable. You know, there's not a whole lot to work with here in regards to, you know, the pass catchers for Green Bay. So I think you got the workload in your favor if you're thinking about Dobbs or any of these pass catchers for Green Bay. But I think, you know, Jacobs going over that seems fair. The 20 and a half receiving yard line. Josh Jacobs, game log. I just want to see if Josh Jacobs has played any games against, you know, the Giants and see how many times he's gone over that line against the Giants. You know, he played a game here back in 2023 and didn't go over that. He did score 2 touchdowns, which we can talk about here in a minute. New York Giants. Trying to find these career games. Almost done here. All right. So, yeah. 1 career game against the Giants. Didn't go over the receiving yard line, but, you know, had two touchdowns. So, if you're thinking about Josh Jacobs, anytime touchdown today, you have that working for you. And, you know, I haven't covered the Josh Jacobs rushing attack, right? But I think, you know, that's definitely something to consider. 82 and a half rushing yards, last that I checked, was his over-under. The Giants have allowed the second most rushing yards to running backs this season. The Giants have allowed, excuse me, the most rushing yards per attempt this season out of any team in the league. Josh Jacobs, before the week started, ranked 38th in rush yards per attempt. So I think just based on that, there's a good chance that Jacobs picks up good gains per rush attempt. Now, the question is he going to break out for one? And we can go take a look. Rushing yards, how many 20-plus rushing gains have the Giants allowed to opposing teams this year? They've allowed the most. So if I'm Green Bay, I'm Green Bay. I like to focus on running the ball. Yes, I'm gonna be handing the ball off to my running backs in this game, unless I'm down late in the game and I'm forced to move the ball quickly. They've allowed a good amount, the third most, 40-plus yard rushing gains. Now the question is Jacobs capable of consistently picking up 20-plus, 40-plus yard gains? And, I'm not seeing that he is. I'm seeing that he doesn't have a 20-plus or 40-plus rushing yard gain this season. So I think this comes down to more of just Jacobs just just pounding his way for a 4-yard pickup here, a 6-yard pickup there, just kind of beating this Giants rush defense up. Now, somebody who else I would maybe be looking for in this one, instead of Jacobs to have a big rushing gain, is maybe Emmanuel Wilson. We can go look to see if he has any okay, 20-plus, 40-plus yard carries this season. And I don't see that he does. But yeah, I think, with a guy like Jonathan Taylor or something going up against the Giants, that would be a great situation for him to break out for huge gains. And I'm not putting it off to the side saying Jacobs doesn't get a 20 or 40-plus yard gain here, but I think you're going to see him more just picking up those 4, 5, 6-yard gains consistently in this one. Jacobs 19.5 receiving yards. That's where I would lean towards, man. The Jacobs over the 19.5 receiving yards. I am a little concerned about here. I like it. I like it even more if Matthew Golden is out. Right? I mean, even if Matthew Golden's in, I could see Jacobs getting there. With Tucker Kraft being out, Josh Jacobs is the second leader on the Packers team in target share. And I already mentioned how I think yards after the catch are going to play a big factor with these wins today. And Josh Jacobs is good at picking up yards after the catch. He's gone over the 20.5 receiving yards in 4 out of 9 games this season. What about the over, what would you say, 19.5? So how many times has he had 20-plus receiving yards this year? 4 out of 9. Josh Jacobs didn't go over that in his only career game against the Giants. But if there was a time that I go against these trends, this is it. Especially if that wide receiver's out for Golden. He's questionable, but if he's out, man, I like the Jacobs going over that even more. Because he's the second leader in target share, even with Golden in. But with him out, I mean, and then we can talk about red zone as well for the Packers. So I see the Packers have a real good opportunity of not just getting into the red zone, but scoring touchdowns, all right? They're really good at getting into the red zone. They rank sixth best in the NFL at red zone attempts per game. The Giants are below average, slightly below average, in allowing their opponents to enter the red zone. And when the Packers are in the red zone, they rank 11th best in the NFL at converting those into touchdowns. The Giants allow their opponents to score touchdowns the second most out of any team in the league when teams do enter the red zone against them. So I think there are ample opportunities statistically for Green Bay to score touchdowns in this game. And obviously Josh Jacobs is somebody who I'm interested in, but we're gonna take a look at a couple of things here. How many rushing touchdowns have the Giants allowed to a running back this season? They've allowed the second most. They've allowed 9. So that makes me like that. They've allowed the second most receiving touchdowns to running backs this season as well. Josh Jacobs doesn't have a receiving touchdown this season, but I think that is a slightly added benefit. We already mentioned Jacobs had 2+ touchdowns against the Giants in that lone career game against them. The Giants haven't been too vulnerable in allowing receiving touchdowns to wide receivers. They haven't been too vulnerable at allowing receiving touchdowns to tight ends. What about to Jordan Love? I think I mentioned this at the start. They've allowed the second most rushing touchdowns to quarterbacks. So I think Jordan Love and Josh Jacobs, not just rushing yards, but anytime touchdowns, could be real beneficial here. I think I already mentioned Jordan Love. I'm not sure if he has any history against the Giants. I think I already looked and he didn't. Let me just double check to see if he did play the Giants throughout his history here. And if he got a rushing touchdown in that game, he did play the Giants, but he didn't get a rushing touchdown in that game. And I think that was the only career game where he had the 2 rushing yards back in 2023. Yeah, that's what I'm seeing here. So Josh Jacobs, not just maybe an anytime touchdown. I think there's a pretty decent chance he gets 2+ touchdowns today. Josh Jacobs, and I could see Jordan Love, sneaking in for one. I think something else that we got to look into as well with Josh Jacobs is, I could really look into one player prop all day long, right? But and we're kind of moving along slowly here. But something else you could do is look at the splits for Josh Jacobs. Does he score a lot of touchdowns on turf versus grass compared to the amount of carries that he receives? This game is being played on turf. Yeah, he has a ton more grass rushing touchdowns this season, but he has a ton more rush attempts on grass as well. Last season, this is a good here. Here's a good statistic right here. Last season, right? He had double the amount of carries on grass, over double, and he had 3 less rushing touchdowns on turf than grass. So that's telling me that, just based on last year, that's good for him. And then he had over quadruple the amount of carries the year before that on grass. And he had, 2 touchdowns, rushing touchdowns on turf versus grass. So I think this is a good spot for Jacobs, man. Get 2+ touchdowns. And then let's just kind of, breeze through here the rest of this game. So Tyrone Tracy, I think receptions could be beneficial here. Green Bay has allowed the 6th most receptions to running backs. Also, if you see receiving yards, I could see Tracy getting some receiving yards. Green Bay is allowed, or no, not receiving yards, just receptions. Green Bay's done a good job at preventing receiving yards to running backs, but the receptions, last I checked, Tyrone Tracy over under 2.5 receptions, which he's only gone over in 25% of his games this season. But if we toggle that down to 2+ receptions, he's gone over that in 5 out of 8 games this season. I think that's a decent look against the Green Bay pass defense, who's allowed the 6th most receptions to running backs this season. Now, Green Bay's defense is just good. They rank 11th best in passing yards allowed per game to opposing teams. They rank 6th best in rushing yards allowed per game. And with the wins and everything and the injuries that the Giants are going up against today to neighbors and whatnot, man, I think this is a real tough game for them. But if anybody can do it, man, it's Jameis Winston. And I really want to see the Giants come away with this win, man. I really do. Statistically, I just don't see it. But I think if there's ever a time to go against statistics, this is it. Theo Johnson, under 4.5 receptions. He's, the reason why I looked into that a little bit is because the Packers have allowed the 7th most receptions to tight ends this season. Theo Johnson's gone over that only 2 out of 10 games this season, the 4.5 reception line. And if we even took that to 4, it's only 3 out of 10. But, I would really be looking at, Jameis Winston. What are his tendencies? Does he like to throw? I don't have the time to look at that right now. And normally I would. It's just been a busy week. But, what are Jameis Winston's tendencies? Does he like to target his tight ends? Does he more so go for the wide receivers? Does he throw to his running backs? I mean, I can look at his most recent game for you guys. All right, this was against Kansas City in 2024 on 12/15, and this is just a random game where Winston. It doesn't even look like he started. But he threw to Jerry Jeudy 14 times in that game. Now, he was with Cleveland, a much different team. But then he targeted his tight end, Jordan Akins, the 2nd most. Or no, it was Elijah Moore. He targeted 6 times. So it looks like just in that game, he was really targeting wide receivers. And then let's just go to one other game log. The game before that, his 2nd most recent game, this one he started in. Targeted David Njoku 13 times in that one. So I'm thinking with the win and everything, that could cause him to target Theo Johnson a little bit more. But I'll let you be the decider in that. But, what I'm saying is that I like that he has shown that he can target his tight end in this 2nd most recent game that he's played in. And I also just want to check the 3rd most against the Broncos. Once again, it was Jeudy, Moore, Njoku, 17 targets to Njoku in that game, 14 to Elijah Moore, 13 to Jerry Jeudy. He threw 58 times. I don't necessarily see him throwing 58 times in this one, but it does seem like he likes to target his tight ends. So yeah, give me the Packers in this one. To win, to cover. It's tough to go against it, even though the Giants have a better ATS record, a better against the spread record. Green Bay's 3-6 against the spread. Giants are 5-5. I mean, if you want to go based on that, the Giants cover. I mean, the statistics just seem lopsided here for the Packers to win this game. To cover probably 2, but I'll go ahead and say Packers win, Giants cover, but I'd love to see the Giants win. And another big reason why I want to see the Giants win is because I could have picked the Packers or the Patriots in my survivor. And the fact that I didn't pick the Patriots is like, okay, I can live with that. But if the Packers win and the Vikings lost today, that would be a very bad decision that I made. But that leads me into that game, Chicago at Minnesota. And if there's any game that you guys want me to target here or any specific player prop, feel free to let me know. But other than that, we'll just continue moving on here. Yeah, I just want to talk about this game a little bit. I mean, Chicago at Minnesota. You guys could hit that like, subscribe, share button. We really appreciate that. But I appreciate you guys being here regardless. And if you scan that QR code up at the top left-hand corner of the screen, it'll show you all the sweet deals that we have for you guys. And if you use promo code Bettors, all caps, BETTERS, you get 10% off of your purchase. All right, so Chicago at Minnesota. Minnesota does lead the all-time series. Minnesota's won the last 8 out of 10 games against Chicago. Minnesota's won 3 in a row against Chicago. Caleb Williams has a 0-3 career record against Minnesota, and Justin Jefferson has an 8-1 career record against Minnesota. Against Chicago. Last that I checked, Minnesota's favored by 3. And I'm still seeing that they are favored by 3 in the book that I'm looking at. Now, this is a divisional game. Chicago's 5-4 against the spread. Minnesota's 4-5. So if Minnesota wins by a last-second field goal or something like that, won't be surprised. If the same thing happens, I won't be surprised either with Chicago. But I think this is going to be a pretty close game. I don't like how Chicago is 5-4 against the spread compared to Minnesota's 4-5, but that's not a huge difference, But a small advantage like that can mean the world of difference. I feel like Minnesota really needs this game, to stay competitive in that division. Chicago holds that 6-3 record. Minnesota's 4-5. I do give Chicago a slight passing advantage in this game. I give Chicago a pretty good-sized rushing advantage in this game. I give Chicago really a lot of advantages, to be honest with you. A good-sized third-down conversion advantage, a slight red zone attempts per game advantage, a big sacks on the quarterback advantage, a big turnover differential advantage. So I really, see some good advantages here today for Chicago. And then Minnesota, really, I just give them a slight red zone conversion advantage. If Minnesota gets into the red zone, I give them a better chance at converting a touchdown than Chicago. I think something that Minnesota, Minnesota. So the Bears rank 11th best in passing yards per game, but Minnesota ranks 9th best in passing yards allowed per game. Okay. Now, Minnesota is allowing some decent yardage per completion to opposing teams. They're slightly below average. So I think Odunze, Burden, Loveland, DJ Moore are, they could have some pretty decent sized pickups in this one. But I think the key for Minnesota in this one is going to be limiting. Cool. It looks like we might have JB Sport Talk on the way too. But yeah, I think the best thing here is limiting the rushing attack here by Chicago. I mean, Chicago ranks second best in the NFL in rushing yards per game. Minnesota ranks 22nd in rushing yards allowed per game. So, I think limiting DeAndre Swift and Monungai rushing yards is going to be critical for Minnesota in this game. Minnesota has allowed the 12th most rushing yards to running backs before the week started. DeAndre Swift over under 58.5 rushing yards last that I checked. He's gone over that in half of his games this season. If we toggle that down to 45 plus, he's gone over that in 75% of his games this season. I did get a chance to see, DeAndre Swift versus Bears history, or excuse me, against Vikings history. But it looks like I'm at least looking at regular season statistics here, and he scored a touchdown in 3 out of 9 career games against Minnesota. Also, I just want to say I didn't look into Caleb Williams' rushing props because I didn't see Minnesota was extremely vulnerable to rushing yards allowed to quarterbacks. But Caleb Williams has scored a rushing touchdown in 1 out of 3 career games against Minnesota. And then Monungai, 32.5 rushing yards. He's only gone over that in 2 out of 9 games this season, but he's had 20-plus rushing yards in 5 out of 9 games this season. And he's actually had 20-plus rushing yards in 4 straight games. So, if you like Monungai rushing yards today, you got that working for you. And yeah, if you can toggle that down to 20 plus, once again, he's gone over that in his last 4 games. So, I think this is a dangerous spot to put a survivor pick on, to be honest with you. Statistically, maybe not the best situation here. But let's hope. I'm probably feeling the least confident about this survivor pick than any other pick this year. But I am hopeful that it pans out. With all that being said, we can go look at the, where Minnesota is allowing touchdowns to opposing teams. All right. They've only allowed 1 rushing touchdown to a quarterback this season. Minnesota rushing touchdown to running backs about middle of the pack. So not extremely vulnerable to that. Receiving touchdowns to running backs, they haven't allowed any. I know that DeAndre Swift is capable of receiving touchdowns. And the fact that Minnesota hasn't allowed one this year makes me feel a little bit better. Receiving touchdowns allowed to wide receivers, Minnesota hasn't been extremely vulnerable to that. It looks like maybe their biggest vulnerability relative to the other teams in the league is going to be the touchdowns allowed to tight ends. And, when we look at the Bears' red zone target share, not target share, but just red zone targets. Odunze leads the team with 10. Zacchaeus with 8 after that. Cole Kmet with 4. Loveland with 4. So if you had, Kmet or Loveland on your radar here, that's probably the way I'm leaning with. For a Bear to get a touchdown, that would be my first look, is Kmet or Loveland, the tight ends for Chicago. And then let's talk about Minnesota a little bit here. Yo, what's up, JB? Sorry. I'm just reading these comments now, Ivan. Caleb Williams over under 4.5 rushing attempts or 2 passing touchdowns. So let's go look at the passing touchdowns real quick. Minnesota seems like they've been pretty good at limiting passing touchdowns to quarterbacks this year. Relative to the other teams in the league, they've done they're above average at preventing those passing touchdowns. Vikings. What was I looking at? Caleb Williams. versus Vikings statistics. He's thrown 2+ touchdowns in 1 out of 3 career games against Minnesota. Caleb Williams. Caleb Williams game log is what I want. Caleb Williams game log. And I just want to see, I'm sure he hasn't played Minnesota in the playoffs. He hasn't made the playoffs. Okay. So how many times has he had 5+ rushing attempts in career games against Minnesota? Didn't get one in his first career game. Had 6 in his second career game. And then his most recent game, he had 6. So I would be leaning more towards Caleb Williams over the 4.5 rushing attempts more so than the 2+ passing touchdowns. I also mentioned, Minnesota is like middle of the pack in allowing rushing yards to quarterbacks, I believe I said. Yeah. And then, we could look at attempts too by Minnesota. How many times are quarterbacks attempting to run against Minnesota? I mean, they've only Minnesota's only allowed the 6 most rushing attempts to quarterbacks this season. But, I think something that goes with that is who has Minnesota played? What type of mobile quarterbacks have they played? They've played Jalen Hurts, Herbert. Was it Lamar Jackson in this most recent game? So teams are not really trying to run against them. Now I'm looking at Hurts, and these were in the 3 out of the 4 most recent games. Okay, I'm looking at the game against Minnesota's game against Baltimore, the Chargers, and the Eagles, because I feel like those are 3 pretty good mobile quarterbacks, specifically Hurts and Lamar Jackson. Maybe a reason why these quarterbacks didn't rush. Let me just go see how many times Lamar Jackson carried the ball. 9. Herbert. 7. Jalen Hurts. 4. But I'm thinking maybe a reason why. I mean, those are decent numbers, but I'm thinking maybe a reason why those numbers are not higher is because the Vikings lost all of those games. They got rolled by the Chargers. Against the Eagles, they were down 14-6 at halftime. Against the Ravens, they lost by 8. So, I mean, I don't like the history there, and I like how I like how Minnesota has prevented the passing touchdowns against quarterbacks this season. I do not like Caleb Williams' history necessarily. I mean, he's only had the 2+ touchdowns in 1 out of 3 career games, so it's not like huge history there. But I think I would need some good history to go with that. Something else that we can look at too is Caleb Williams' rush attempts in his last few games and his passing touchdowns in his last few games. He's only had 2+ passing touchdowns, Ivan, in his 1 out of his last 6 games. 1 out of his last 6 games compared to his rushing attempts, where he's had 5+ in 3 out of his last 6 games. He's also had 2+ rushing attempts. 5+ rushing attempts in his last 2 games. So, and then he had 6 rushing attempts against Minnesota in that season opener this year. I don't see Jefferson going over his receiving yards today. What do you think? Now, Jefferson, I think he's been struggling a little bit lately, if I'm not mistaken. Let me just go check his game log. 37 his last couple games, only 37 receiving yards, 47 receiving yards. And honestly, that's against teams that he should have probably done that against, Baltimore, vulnerable to wide receiver receiving yards. Detroit looks like they're about average, maybe a little slightly below average in receiving yards allowed to wide receivers. But the Bears, I mean, he's in another good spot here today against the Bears. The Bears have allowed the ninth most receiving yards to wide receivers. The Bears' pass defense is bad. They rank 26th in passing yards allowed per game. I think, Jefferson is probably a little frustrated after the last two performances, and he may be, asking for the ball a little bit more in this game. Minnesota loves to call a high percentage of passing plays relative to the other teams in the league. They rank fourth best in that category. I know Minnesota is not the most elusive passing team in regards to passing yards gained, but McCarthy, they're going up against a bad pass defense in regards to yardage allowed per game. So I think that's beneficial here today for Minnesota. Passing yards. Let me just look at a couple other things here. I think that's where Minnesota, has to. I wouldn't say that's where they have to get it done at, right? I think they can find success running the ball and everything. They got Aaron Jones back. But just because they like to pass the ball in regards to passing percentage, in regards to play calling percentage, I think this is a place where Minnesota has to take advantage of today. Justin Jefferson, over 73.5 receiving yards. He has gone over that in 6 out of 9 games this season. Let's go check out Jefferson versus Bears statistic. Jefferson versus Bears stats. Hey, what's up, JB? Jefferson versus the Bears. How many times has Jefferson had 74-plus receiving yards against the Bears? He's gone under that in his last 4 games against the Bears, but a total of 4 out of 9 career games against the Bears, he's gone over that line. Receiving touchdowns, he's got a touchdown in 4 out of 9 career games against the Bears, and the Bears have allowed the third most receiving touchdowns to wide receivers this year. So I do lean towards Jefferson going over those receiving yards. What are you thinking about Jefferson today, JB?
I like Jefferson today. Well, hold on a second. Who are they playing?
Chicago.
Oh yeah. I like the nine or the I like Minnesota today. I like Jefferson against the Bears. I don't know about the quarterback situation, but
Yeah, the quarterback situation, McCarthy. He's young, man, and I'm really counting on this Minnesota offensive line to step up. They have been allowing a lot of sacks to the quarterback this season, and with these young quarterbacks, it's tough to navigate against a team. It's tough to play good whenever you're getting sacked a lot, especially for the young quarterbacks. It seems like a guy like Peyton Manning or something in his later years, or just good veteran quarterbacks. Even Flacco can manage, because I don't think Cincinnati was protecting their quarterback great this season or last season, but he seems to be managing, and I think it's better if you're a veteran and you have a bad offensive line than a rookie or a second-year quarterback. So I'm a little worried about that. That's my biggest concern here. Now, Chicago's not a great team at sacking the quarterback, but they do rank 16th. So they're average at getting sacking the quarterback. So I think that's a big part of it, protecting McCarthy today. But I saw Jalen Naylor's gone over the 21.5 receiving yard line in 6 out of 9 games this season. Here's something that's interesting, Ivan. I know Jordan Addison is at 48.5 receiving yards. And if we toggle that down to 40, he's gone over that in 4 out of 6 games this season. But he's had 25-plus receiving yards in all 6 games this season. So I think there's a pretty good chance that Addison goes over those receiving yards today. And, Hawkinson, I think he's worth a mention here. Chicago has allowed the 11th most receiving yards to tight ends and the 7th most receptions to tight ends. Hawkinson's gone over the 25.5 receiving yard line and 2.5 reception yard line in 5 out of 9 games this season. And he's had 2+ receptions. I mentioned Hawkinson is at 2.5 receptions last I checked. He's had 2+ receptions in 8 out of 9 games this season, and he's had 2+ receptions in 7 straight games. So that just tells you how much a little toggle down can benefit you. 2.5. Would you rather take over 2.5 with Hawkinson at 5? Going over that in 5 out of 9 games this season, which isn't bad, or toggle that down to 2+ receptions, which he's gone over in 8 out of 9 games this season and 7 straight games. So
hit that toggle button.
I think that toggle button may be crucial, especially with these player props, man. There's a lot of times, and I'm going to start, doing this more often, giving you guys the toggle option, because I can't tell you how many times I see, I'm just looking randomly here. Nico Collins over under 68.5. He's gone over that in 4 out of 8 games. The receptions, 3 out of 8 games. It seems like the lines are usually pretty sharp with the it's right about like Josh Allen rushing yards. He's gone over that in 4 out of 9 games this season. But if you toggle that down a little bit, you get a much higher percentage, 7 out of 9 games, 8 out of 9 games. So, but yeah, JB, glad to have you on board, man. What are you thinking about this Chiefs-Broncos game, dude?
Let's get man. You really want to get into this Chiefs-Broncos game. So, man, dude, I'm going to tell you straight up. So we're going to back up a little bit going into the offseason. I'm going to be honest with you and everybody in America that's watching and outside of the States too. Didn't get out. I am very, very, very questionable about this team this year. Maybe not like, I don't know, like questioning about like the what ifs, like, because I don't. All right. Weeks 1 and 2, 0-2. I predicted that. Weeks 4, 2-2. I predicted that. Week 5, facing the Jaguars. I had to leave alone. I couldn't tell you. I couldn't even come up. Like I don't know. This Denver Broncos game, I don't know, because at the end of the day, yes, Denver wants their get back how Kansas City came at them, last year with that blocked field goal, right? Back later in the Broncos, Sean Payton, Bo Nix did not get their get back because they did not play the starters. They played the bench, right? 8 of our starters. So I don't think that's the get back. I think they want that get back, but then you also got in the same realm of things. Kansas City's back is up against the wall. And it's not that they have to win, but it is a needed win. Like they need to win. It's at the point right now, they could miss out. They could miss the playoffs. They could lose the division. We have an 80% chance of winning the division, or not winning the division, but going back to the playoffs, and only a 28% chance of winning the division. man, Kansas City's like got a ball out today. The keys to the Chiefs winning this game is going to be protecting Mahomes. If this offensive line does not have cohesion and mesh and get back on track with everything, we're going to be looking at a long day out there in Power Field. But if they cohese, they're not going to stop that rush. That rush is getting 4 sacks a game is what it's averaging right now. I mean, they're about to hit that 50 mark or some shit, like some wild shit. They're about to break some 85 Bears record. That's the key to the game, man. If the Chiefs want to win, they are going to have to slow down that pass rush and pick on that secondary without PS2. PS2's out today.
Yep.
J.K. Dobbins is out for the year.
Yep.
That helps the Chiefs tremendously in that run game because the Chiefs, they're like 12th, I think, in rush stopping. That's the key to the game, man, is putting pressure on, not pressure. I want to get home and rock Bo Nix's fitted. It is the trenches is what is the keys to the game for the Chiefs and the Broncos to win the game today. I see Rashee Rice going off, taking advantage, him and Xavier Worthy. You might even see a little bit of Tyquan Thornton coming in and taking advantage of a secondary without PS2, but also be looking for that secondary without PS2 to be also still trying to have and make a name for themselves without having their all-pro corner. Man, we're in for a good matchup. We're in for a good matchup, ladies and gentlemen.
You know, I heard you mention the trenches, man. I mean, the Broncos, they rank first in sacks per game, and they rank first in sacks allowed per game. So that's where this team really thrives. So, you know, I'm concerned a little bit here, but, you know, Pacheco's out for the Chiefs. On the flip side, you mentioned Surtain's out for the Broncos. And
see, the thing with Pacheco being out though is like everybody, a lot of people have heard through the chatter is that is a big thing. Okay, here is the deal, guys. We haven't really had Pacheco since like week 8 of last year when he got hurt. So really, what are we missing? I'm confused here. I really am kind of confused with that.
I think J.K. Dobbins being out is much worse for the Broncos than Pacheco being out for the Chiefs. I like Brashard Smith and Hunt. You know what I mean? So,
well, they got Clyde Edwards-Helaire.
But here's the thing, man, is the home team. Here's why I'm concerned about the Chiefs. The home team's won the past 5 meetings between these teams. However, the Chiefs are coming off of a bye week, and from my understanding, Andy Reid has the best record of all time out of any head coach after a bye week. He's 22-4. Mahomes has a 13-1 career record against Denver. I don't see statistics like that often. If I had the Chiefs still available for my survivor pick, I would probably pick them today. Not saying that I absolutely dislike Minnesota. I think the Chiefs get this win here. Also, guys, Travis Kelce needs 31 receiving yards to move into 24th place on the all-time receiving yards leaders list. He would pass Art Monk if he had 31 plus.
I'll get that today.
Yards today. And I don't see that Denver is specifically great or terrible at defending against tight end receiving yards. So I think that's very doable. Ivan, to go back to your question about someone was out in the Bears game. I didn't see anybody that was out. But, you know, Kansas City against the spread, they're favored by 4.5. Last that I checked, against the spread, they're 5-4. Denver's 4-5-1 against the spread. So the Chiefs have a better against the spread record. You know, the Chiefs, I see that they have a big passing advantage in this game. I see that Denver has a pretty good sized rushing advantage, but with Dobbins now being out, I don't give them as big of an advantage there. And, you know, overall, I give Kansas City a bunch of other slight advantages: third down conversion advantage, red zone conversion advantage, red zone attempts per game advantage. They have a big turnover differential advantage. But Denver does have once again, they're good at protecting Bo Nix and they're good at sacking opposing quarterbacks. Bo Nix had 47 rushing yards last game versus the Chiefs, asked Ivan. So let's go take a look here. Bo Nix game log. What I will mention is that is one of the Chiefs' vulnerabilities is rushing yards allowed to quarterbacks. Last that I checked, Bo Nix's over-under on rushing yards was 23.5. The Chiefs rank fourth worst in rushing yards allowed to quarterbacks. Bo Nix did get 47 rushing yards in that 38-0 game against the Chiefs last season where Mahomes didn't start, right? And then earlier that year, he had -5 rushing yards against the Chiefs, and that was at Kansas City. So the one that he went over was the one that it was in Denver. Now, he's gone over the 23.5 rushing yards in 4 out of 10 games this season. He's had 20-plus rushing yards in 6 out of 10 games this season, and he has not scored a rushing touchdown against Kansas City in 2 career games against them. I didn't look at many props in this game because both of these defenses are pretty good. Denver ranks 6th best in passing yards allowed per game. Kansas City ranks 7th best in passing yards allowed per game. Rushing defense. Denver ranks 4th best in rushing yards allowed per game. Kansas City ranks 12th best in rushing yards allowed per game. So, yeah, of course, players are going to pick up yards and guys are most likely going to be scoring touchdowns in this game, but I was really looking at the Bo Nix prop just because that's where I see where the Chiefs are vulnerable. And then with the Denver props, with the Chiefs props, I would really be looking at wide receiver receptions. I know JB mentioned Rashee Rice and how he thinks he's going to have a big game in this one.
Yeah.
Now, his reception line is at 7.5, which he's only gone over in 1 out of 3 games this season. But if we take that down to 7+, he's gone over that in 2 out of 3 games this season. Do you think Rashee Rice, catches? I would probably think that you do, JB. Do you think he gets, 7, 8+ receptions in this game?
I'm pretty sure he's averaged right around that since he's been back. So yeah, I really don't. Not.
Yeah, I'm thinking so too. But here's a guy that I like, JB, and I don't know if you mentioned him, but for the receptions, Hollywood Brown over 1.5 receptions. He's gone over that in 8 out of 9 games this season. And he's had exactly 4 receptions in both career games that he's played against Denver. He's also scored a touchdown in 1 out of 2 career games against Denver. So, what are your thoughts on Hollywood Brown today?
I like him. He's really kind of like that unsung hero, like that forgotten guy. Because I didn't even think of him, and he's I think been like the leading receiver. To be honest with you, so I like Hollywood Brown. Him and I gotta go with my guy Juju as well. I think he's good for some small props. I not big. Juju's not that big guy, but you guys find something small with him with receptions or 12, 15 yards or 20 yards or something like that. Definitely, I think he'll go get the over. Um, but yeah, I like Hollywood Brown this week as well.
I would really be looking at. I'm just looking at where Denver's vulnerable at in regards to touchdowns allowed this season. Looks like really relative to other teams in the league, it seems like receiving touchdowns to running backs. So I'm thinking maybe Kareem Hunt sees a touchdown catch here.
I can see Brashard Smith getting in the end zone.
Smith.
Yeah. And it's later in the season. I think we're going to really start to see a lot more Brashard this week. I think this is like I don't not necessarily like see more of him, but see him get more positivity in his go. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. I'm just a little concerned about Chiefs wide receivers getting touchdowns in this game. The Broncos, believe it or not, they've only allowed 2 touchdowns to wide receivers this year, man, which
Yeah, they
is
don't
first
have
best in the NFL.
mm,
But yeah, ballers are going to ball, right? And I think the Chiefs can
PS2's
impose.
out.
I think the Chiefs can impose. Yep. Yeah, PS2's out, and I think the Chiefs really can impose their will on any defense. Any, there's a bigger likelihood for the Chiefs to put up good numbers against a good defense than, let's say, the Tennessee Titans. You know what I mean? So I think the Chiefs are just
Right.
one of those teams where it doesn't matter how good your defense is, they're gonna impose their will on you, however they seem fit. But I do think that the biggest weakness in this Broncos team is the just browsing this is receiving touchdowns allowed to running back. So yeah, I'm thinking Kareem Hunt, Rashard Smith, touchdown is probably the way to go on that one. And then for the Chiefs, I mean, I would say probably Bo Nix getting in. I don't believe he has a touchdown in his 2 career games against the Chiefs. I don't think he has a touchdown run. Let me just double check that. 0 out of 1s. Yeah, doesn't have a touchdown rush in 0 out of 2, but I think this would be the game to get it simply because the Chiefs have allowed the most rushing touchdowns to quarterbacks this season. But other than that, the Chiefs defense just doesn't seem very vulnerable and allowing touchdowns to many other positions here. I mean, they're much like Denver. Both of these teams just haven't allowed a lot of touchdowns this season. But you know, so I'd say Bo Nix and it is my favorite touchdown scorer for Denver, and then for the Chiefs, Pacheco or Brashard. I mean, Hunt or Brashard Smith. Who would you lean with getting in the end zone more, JB? Brashard Smith or Kareem Hunt? I'd probably go with Kareem Hunt. I don't think the Chiefs are going to try to necessarily. I mean, don't get me wrong. I think you're right. I mean, and you probably know better than I do, since you're a Chiefs fan. You keep up to date more than with their stuff than I do. But you know, if I'm the Chiefs, man, I'm not playing around in this game. I know what Kareem Hunt's capable of. Yeah, I know what Brashard Smith is capable of too, but he's, you know, what is this his first year, Brashard Smith? So maybe in a game against the Titans, I'm looking for Brashard Smith to score a touchdown. But against this big game against Denver, man, I'm going to my number one, Kareem Hunt. So, and Brashard Smith hasn't found the end zone yet this year. So if I'm the Chiefs, I'm not necessarily looking to try to get him his first touchdown against the Broncos. I mean, it'd be nice if it just fell into their lap, but it's not something that I'm looking to target. If I'm Kansas City, I'm looking for Kareem Hunt. Anything else that you wanted to say on this game, JB?
I don't really. I'm just ready for it.
Yeah.
To be honest, I really am. I put all talking aside and I'm letting the game do it. I'm letting the
Uh-huh.
game do all the talking. So
And if you guys want to look at the turf versus grass splits, this game's being played on grass. Um, hey JB, do
yo,
you got a moment? Do you want to talk about the promotions and deals and stuff? I need to go take a small break. I can be back in just a couple minutes.
mm-hmm.
Cool, man. I'll
Yes,
be back.
sir.
I'll be back within give me 5 minutes tops.
Yes, we not move podcast. As you guys know, um, you guys go into that left hand, um, left hand corner up there in the screen. You guys shot that. Uh, uh, it will take you guys to our NMP or not moved dash shop.fourthwall.com. It is our merchandise shop. We got everything there. You can also enter into the jersey raffle off. Um, we will be doing that as well. week to week or upon when we get 10 entries. Shout out to WDUBBY.GG. Enter promo code not moved for 10% off your order of all energy drinks. It's a new energy drink that is out. Proud sponsors of Not Moved Podcast. As well as Walmart.com, NFL Shop, MLB Shop, Dallas Cowboys Pro Shop, 49ers Pro Shop, Kansas City Chiefs Pro Shop, Open Goal, BetUS, and MyBookie.ag. You can go to the website, notmoved-shop.portwall.com. Use promo code NOTMOVED to receive 10% off all across the store. Um, and you guys, this merchandise, or not this merchandise, but this NFL jersey giveaway, we just did one last week. The man got his jersey. He ordered a. He ended up winning a. I think he put in like 16 tickets. He won $10 a piece. He ended up winning a woman's Kelly Green, AJ Brown, Philadelphia Eagles jersey. Boom, got it. Good, golden. We're doing more than $10 a ticket. Get in there, man. It's up to you, man. We'll be doing promos on ticket buys during the streams of the game. We're also live right now on TikTok, streaming the games right now. We have the overseas games going on right now. What is it? Miami and Washington. Pretty sure last time I seen it was all dotted up and tied. Last time I seen, I'm probably horribly wrong right now. Man, not moved. Got a lot going on. Guys, if you guys ain't checked this out, we've been doing those new shows around the room. Former game that used to be on ESPN, Around the Horn. It's just like it. You guys, we're going to be taking part of that every Tuesday and Friday night. Not Move Podcast will be coming at you live on all platforms, playing your favorite 23. I cannot believe that thing lasted 23 years on ESPN. The 23-year gig, man. So it's been canceled. You guys ain't got to worry about it because we got it. We taking over. Shout out to Dollface and Coach Common right now. They in the studio doing Pittsburgh Steelers Week 11 preview. Man, these guys really over here messing up, really holding it down. Bo Nix, rushing yards 23 and a half. Yeah, I like it. Honestly, I think he probably get it. They need to spy on Nix. Guys, check out us on Spotify, Apple Podcasts, Amazon Music. We're all over, man. You guys want to reach out? Podcast25@gmail.com. Let us know what we're lacking, what you would like, help. We also got Southgate's parlays. You guys can tap in. It's also another link that's up on our Not Move podcast shop. And you get in, man. It's $9.99 a day pass. $49.99 a week. Southgate hits some parlays. What's up, Bettors?
What's up, man? What's up? Thanks for holding it down there. Baltimore at Cleveland. Derrick Henry needs 117 rushing yards to move into 14th place On the all-time rushing yards leaders list, he would pass Marcus Allen. DeAndre Hopkins needs 5 receptions to pass Hines Ward on the all-time receptions leaders list. Hopkins needs 26 receiving yards to move into 18th place. On the all-time receiving yards leaders list, he would pass Andre Reed. And he needs 1 receiving touchdown to move into 19th place on the all-time receiving touchdowns leaders list. He would pass Lance Allworth. Last that I checked, Baltimore's favored by 7.5, over under 38.5. I already mentioned that this weather could be very impactful in this game earlier in this episode. I'm seeing that there could be wind gusts in the 30 to 35 mile per hour range, which could be impactful on deep throws and kicks. There's also a few chance for some raindrops. This game's in Cleveland. I do give Cleveland a slight passing advantage. Now, I think some of that may have to do with Lamar Jackson being out this year, So their passing yards per game is that number is probably skewed. They rank 28th right now in passing yards per game. Baltimore does. But with LJ back, I think that could be, that number could be up. But Cleveland's pass defense, it's the real deal. They rank second best in passing yards allowed per game. Also, Baltimore really likes to focus on the run. They rank 29th in passing play percentage. So there's not many teams that call a higher percentage of rushing plays than Baltimore does. And in regards to passing yards allowed, or in regards to yards allowed per game, that's where Cleveland is more vulnerable, is rushing yards allowed per game. I mentioned they rank second best in passing yards allowed per game. But they rank 10th best in rushing yards allowed per game. And, so if I am Baltimore, I am trying to run with Henry and or LJ a little bit more in this one than trying to attack the Cleveland pass defense in bad weather conditions, So I didn't look up player props for those guys, but if you are interested in Derrick Henry rushing yards, he needs 117 rushing yards to move into 14th place on that all-time rushing leaders list. And Cleveland's basically the opposite. They call a high percentage of passing plays. They rank 3rd in the NFL in passing play percentage. So I think, with Cleveland, the wind is going to, just not be – I think the wind is a big downgrade to the Cleveland offense. If it were optimal passing conditions, I think this would be a pretty competitive game. But I'm concerned that, Cleveland gets rolled in this game because of these weather conditions. Now Baltimore, they're not great at defending against the run, but Cleveland is not good at running the ball. Really, Cleveland's not very good at accumulating passing yards through the air either. They just, they're down in these games and are forced to pass a lot. But, Baltimore, if I'm Cleveland, man, I'm trying to keep the ball out of the offense for Baltimore, trying to keep the ball out of their hands and feed Judkins. Baltimore hasn't been great or terrible at defending rushing yards allowed to running backs this season. Judkins ranks 33rd best in the NFL in rushing yards per attempt per carry, and Baltimore ranks 22nd in rushing yards allowed per attempt. So, I think that's where Cleveland really has to establish themselves, is that ground game. But I think they got their hands full. Now, Jerry Jeudy is somebody who I do have my eye on in this one. Baltimore does have a bad pass defense, but not optimal weather conditions, right? over under 40.5 receiving yards is the last I saw for Judy. He's gone over that in 5 out of 9 games this season. And he's had 51 plus receiving yards in all 4 career games against Baltimore. So that would probably be my favorite receiving prop here for Cleveland is Judy over the 40.5 receiving yard line. I would love it if it were optimal weather conditions. But yeah, I do give Baltimore a big rushing advantage, a good size third down conversion advantage, a good size red zone attempts per game advantage. But Cleveland, I give them a slight red zone conversion advantage when they do get into the red zone. I think they might have a better chance of scoring those touchdowns than Baltimore does based on the statistics. But once again, I think these Baltimore Ravens statistics are just a little bit skewed on the offensive side of the ball since Lamar Jackson's missed some time this year. So what are you thinking in this one, JB? Cleveland, Baltimore. Do you think Baltimore just runs with this one?
No, actually, I don't. I actually have. Actually have what do you call it? Um the Browns winning in that game. Um I don't ask me why.
I hear you. Any given
It's just
Sunday.
my pick. Yep.
Yeah, I could see the Browns giving them a run for their money. Once again, I think they just really have to establish that run with Judkins, and that's what this comes down to. Ivan says King Henry 2+ rushing touchdowns. We can go look Derrick Henry versus Browns statistics and go see how many times he's had a touchdown against the Browns in his career. How many times has he had 2+ touchdowns? He's had 2+ touchdowns in 2 out of 8 career games against Cleveland. So I think that just based on that alone, what the true odds, 25% would be like 4-1 on King Henry. 4-1 on King Henry. Getting 2+ touchdowns in this one. I'm not I'm seeing plus 475. So I think just based on that alone, you got some pretty decent value there just based off his history. Now, how many rushing touchdowns has Cleveland allowed to running backs this season? Not very many, only 3. Receiving touchdowns allowed by Cleveland to running backs, they've only allowed 1. I think. And then what about rushing touchdowns to quarterbacks? Cleveland hasn't allowed any. So yeah, I would lean more towards King Henry getting those touchdowns to Ivan than Lamar Jackson. And yeah, I like Baltimore in this one, at least to win. I think they do, win by 8+ points as well. They're 4-5 against the spread. Cleveland's 3-6 against the spread. So yeah, I like Baltimore here, man. And I think if Baltimore does win, they're going to need to get it done with King Henry. So, were there any other questions about that one?
No, I think.
Ivan, I saw he mentioned Evan Ingram. That's back to the Chiefs game. Evan Ingram over, what was it? 25 receiving yards and 3.5 receptions, exclamation point. Now, the Chiefs they rank 12th best in receiving yards allowed to tight ends and 8th best in receptions allowed to tight ends. I've kept trying to pick on this Chiefs tight end defense all year, and it just really hasn't panned out because they were terrible at defending against the tight end position last year. But they've really turned it around. Now, I don't think they have been truly tested a whole lot this season, but when I'm looking at the Chiefs' schedule, Chiefs, they were tested. I think last game that they played. Let me just look at their schedule against the Bills. I think the Bills with Kincaid and Knox and their tight end weapons. I mean, they're pretty solid there at that tight end. And Kincaid did pick up 6 receiving yards for 101 yards and a touchdown. Knox, 1 reception for 30 yards. Jackson Hawes, 1 reception for 18 yards. So, I mean, I could see it, Ivan. Evan Ingram versus Chiefs. Let's see here. He scored a touchdown against the Chiefs in 1 out of 4 career games. He's had 9 receiving yards, 15, 14, and 57. So, what about Evan Ingram lately? What has he done for us lately? I mean, he hasn't been much of a factor in the last couple games. But he did pick up some decent amount of receiving yards in the games before that. Some decent amount of targets. Receptions, he's gone over the 3.5 in 5 out of 9 games this season. So, yeah, I could see that. I feel more comfortable about Ingram getting those receiving yards than Broncos wide receivers getting receiving yards. All right, let's go look at some other game here. I do want to mention this Seattle and Rams game. This game's being played on turf. Stafford, since he has been with the Los Angeles Rams, from my understanding, he has a perfect 5-0 career record against Seattle. And that is who I'm leaning with in this game. The Rams, not just to win, but Rams -3. Yeah, I'd probably take it to 2.5 in this big divisional game. Devontae Adams needs 2 receptions to move into 16th place on the all-time receptions leaders list. He would pass Hines Ward. He needs 2 touchdowns to move into 17th place on the all-time touchdowns leaders list. He would pass Lenny Moore. Also, this is Cooper Kupp's first game against the Rams since being with Seattle. And I know Torrey Horton's out this game, the wide receiver for Seattle. So I think that opens up a little bit more room here for Cooper Kupp. And, Rashid Shaheed. I don't think he has the chemistry here yet. I believe this is his second game with Seattle. Is Tyler Lockett back with? Oh, he's with the Raiders now. Okay. Anyways, yeah, I think this is a decent spot for Cooper Kupp, man. But we'll talk about that here in just a second. I give the Rams a slight passing advantage in this game. I give the Seahawks a slight rushing advantage. I give the Rams a good-sized third down conversion advantage, a good-sized red zone attempts per game advantage. Nobody's better at getting into the red zone than the Rams this season. And they're doing a pretty good job at capitalizing those red zone opportunities. They rank 12th best in red zone conversion rate. And they have a big turnover differential advantage. I like it's a little bit more than a lean here. I think I like the Rams in this one. I know Seattle's a very dangerous team. I get it. but I just see a few more advantages here for the Rams, and I really like how Stafford's 5-0 against Seattle since he's been with the Rams.
Right.
Before the season
Stafford's playing on
started,
fire right now, though.
before the season started, this game is also in Los Angeles. But before the season started, I projected that the Rams would win this division, and this is a big game, in order for them to do that. And so I'm going to stick with my guns here and do that. But here's the good thing about Seattle, man. Something that's really, really impressive with Seattle this season. I think they're a great team. But something that's very impressive is that they call the highest percentage of rushing plays out of any team in the league, yet they still rank 6th best in passing yards per game. So look, man, I just trust Stafford more than Darnold, plain and simple. How are you feeling about this game, JB? Well, here's the thing about Cooper Kupp, guys. Is the Rams have allowed the 12th most receiving yards to wide receivers this season. So of course JSN is a possibility in any game. But once again, this is Cooper Kupp's first game against the Rams since he's been out of there. He's gone over the 37.5 receiving yards in half of his games this season, and he's had 30-plus receiving yards in 6 out of 8 games this season, if we wanted to bring that down to 30-plus.
Right.
What are you thinking, JB, about this game, about Cooper Kupp? Who do you think is going to be a big-time player in this one?
Man, dude, that game is going to be so crazy because, dude, the Rams are just playing out of their mind with Stafford. Like, he's just playing out of his mind right now. And, what do you call it? But then on the other side of the ball, the Seahawks are just playing great football all around. Defense, offense, special teams. These guys are like the misfit crew. They're dangerous. That's one of the most dangerous teams out there, I believe, is the Seattle Seahawks. I think Seattle takes this game. It's going to be a hard fought battle, but I think Seattle comes out on top.
Yeah, I mean, I get that, man. Seattle's really good this year. You're right about
They're good all around the ball. All around the ball right now, and that's what's scary, is because I think that's the strongest team in the NFC.
I think for some props, guys, I see Seattle is very vulnerable to receiving yards allowed to running backs and receptions allowed to running backs. Kyron Williams receiving yards and or receptions, I think, is worth looking into. I haven't had time to do so. And then same on the other side of the ball. Receptions, Kenneth Walker or Charbonnet. Receptions, the Rams have allowed the 9th most receptions to running backs this season. The Rams have allowed the 10th most receptions to wide receivers. I was looking at Cooper Kupp over the 2.5 receptions, which he only went over 3 out of 8 games this season. But if we take that down to 2+, he's gone over that in 7 out of 8 games this season. So, and then if you guys like Higbee and or Parkinson, the tight ends for the Rams, I could see them having solid games as well. Seattle's allowed the 5th most receptions, the 5th most receiving yards to tight ends this year, the most receptions to tight ends this season. So I think, both of those guys are definitely worth looking into. Yeah, give me the Rams in this one. But yeah, I get it, JB, going with Seattle. It should be a really good divisional matchup here. The Chargers and Jacksonville. The Chargers lead the all-time series 9-5 against Jacksonville. You know what? Remind what I instantly think of when I think of Chargers and Jacksonville is that playoff game that I think the Chargers, it wasn't too long ago, the Chargers were up a ton against Jacksonville, if I'm not mistaken. Let me go back and look at that. You know what I'm talking about, JB? I think it was last year in the playoffs, or maybe like the year before. Yeah, maybe it was 2023.
When what?
Oh, here it was 2022. The Chargers in the playoffs versus Jacksonville. The Chargers were winning that game like 27-0 in the
Yeah.
playoffs in the wild card game. And Jacksonville ended up storming back with Trevor Lawrence and winning that game. It was Lawrence versus Herbert. Same situation here today. Now, the Chargers do lead the all-time series 9-5 against Jacksonville, but Jacksonville is 3-2 against the Los Angeles Chargers. Jacksonville's won 2 games in a row against the Chargers, and Keenan Allen needs 6 receptions to move into 13th place on the all-time receptions leaders list. He would pass Steve Smith Sr. And that's where Jacksonville is somewhat vulnerable. They've allowed the 12th most receptions to wide receivers this season. Keenan Allen, last that I checked, over under 4.5 receptions. I have to lean for him to get this. Not just because he needs 6 receptions to reach that milestone to pass Steve Smith Sr. on the all-time receptions leaders list, but he's gone over the 4.5 receptions in 6 out of 10 games this season. He's had 4+ receptions in 8 out of 10 games this season. He's gone over the 4.5 reception line in 5 out of 7 career games against Jacksonville, although he only scored a touchdown in 1 out of 7 of those games. So a touchdown, I don't know about Keenan Allen, but receptions, I like. Herbert passing yards over under 253.5. Jacksonville has allowed the 9th most passing yards to quarterbacks this season. Also, just Jacksonville as a whole, their pass defense has been poor this season in regards to yards allowed per game. They rank 28th in that category. Herbert has gone over the 253.5 passing yards in only 4 out of 10 games this season. But if we get that down to 220, he's gone over the 220 passing yards in 8 out of 10 games this season. But let's say you don't want to toggle that down or you don't have that option. Herbert's gone over the 253.5 passing yards in all 3 career games against Jacksonville. He also had a rushing touchdown against Jacksonville. So I think, he's somebody worth considering here. It's just basically anything and everything for the Chargers passing attack is open, I feel like, here. The Chargers, they do call a high percentage of passing plays. They rank 7th in passing play percentage. Gadsden, Jacksonville allows the 7th most receiving yards to tight ends, 4th most receptions to tight ends. I don't think that's a bad look at all there. And then, the Trevor Lawrence rushing yards for Jacksonville is something that I kind of have had on my radar here. Maybe Etienne receptions, but Chargers have allowed the 9th most rushing yards to quarterbacks this season. Trevor Lawrence has gone over that in 4 out of 9 games this season, but he's never gone over that against the Chargers. So in that regard, I'm a little bit concerned. But I see a lot of advantages here for the Chargers. The only true advantage that I see for Jacksonville out of all the advantages that I usually look at is the turnover differential advantage. But I got to lean towards the Chargers in this one, minus the 3. What are you thinking on this one, JB? And here's another thing, though, guys. It's like, the Chiefs. If we go take a look at these standings, right? You got the Broncos up there. In first place in the AFC West. So, if the Chargers had the same, the Chargers had the same record as the Broncos, maybe I would think Jacksonville could maybe win this one. But I think the Chargers gained some ground here. I think the Chiefs gained some ground here on the Broncos today. And Jacksonville's competing for the division, but I just don't think it's I don't think Jacksonville winning the division in the AFC South is as obtainable as the Chargers winning the
Yeah, it's
AFC.
more obtainable. It's more attainable. They can obtain winning the division more. I think easier. I don't think Jacksonville needs to win as much, but yeah, I totally think that the what you call it, they gotta the Chargers gotta win this more. They need this. Stay alive and relevant. Um, and keep it a close competition in the AFC West because if the Broncos win this, they win. I'm pretty sure they win. This is for the division, I think, because I don't know about the division, but they would take the lead in the division for sure. We could lose the division right here.
And I think I think I'm looking at Jacksonville's defense here, guys, and they're not allowing. Or hold up. The Jaguars are allowing a good amount of 20-plus yard receiving gains. They allow
Mhm.
a good chunk of yards per catch. And this Chargers team is good at passing the ball. So I think there's going to be plenty of opportunity today for the Chargers to have success through the air. Quentin Johnston ranks 31st best in the NFL in yards per catch. Gadsden 38th. McConkey 49th. Keenan Allen 86th. And the Jaguars have allowed the fourth most 20-plus yard receiving games to opposing teams. So if you're looking for a receiving yards guy in this one, Jacksonville hasn't been specifically vulnerable to receiving yards allowed per game to wide receivers. But I'm just gonna look at the main four guys here and see who has had a lot of 20-plus yard catches. Keenan
Mhm.
Allen has had 5 this season. All right. McConkey, he has had 6 this season. Quentin Johnston, who's questionable, last that I checked, 7, 8. He's had 9. And then Gadsden has had 7. So all of these guys are really capable of it. It's just who's the ball going to go to, right? What's going on with Quentin Johnston? Let me just go look at that real quick. I thought I saw that he was
Mm,
expected to suit up today.
I think he is.
Shin issue appears he's likely to play today, is what I'm seeing here. So they got plenty of guys that can attack this Jacksonville defense. So I would just maybe go with which one, I don't know, has the better history. I just didn't have time to look into it. And once again, I did a lot of work that didn't get saved. So
Yeah, I actually um when I started when I went and jumped on YouTube and it started me from the beginning and I heard it, I was like, oh no.
yeah, I mean that's just that happens, man. It happens, but the goal is to come back next week stronger than ever. I haven't been including alternate lines for people, but I'm going to start doing that now. For instance, McConkey over under 5.5 receptions. He's gone over that in 4 out of 10 games this season, but he's had 5+ receptions in 6 out of 10 games this season. So I'm going to start talking about those alternate lines more throughout the upcoming weeks on the show. And I think some good things will come from. Because whenever I looked back and I didn't hit save, I was just thinking, why didn't it save? Why would this happen? Happen to me? And I was just kind of thinking, oh, you know what? I need to include alternate lines. So maybe that's what it was. Maybe the football aboves were like, hey man, rethink
Time
that.
to chill out. Ah, yeah, it
So
sucks.
yeah, specifically it was this Atlanta Carolina game where I just had the whole game mapped out and it didn't save anything. But Atlanta leads the all-time series 37-24 against Carolina. Michael Penix Jr. has a 0-2 career record against Carolina. Atlanta's favored by 3.5. Carolina is better against the spread than Atlanta this season. Who are you leaning with in this one, JB? I think this is a tricky game,
Carolina.
Carolina.
Yeah, I got Carolina. Absolutely.
Where is this one being played at? Atlanta. I mean, we saw Carolina beat the brakes off of Atlanta earlier this year,
Yep.
It was like 30-0 or something like that. I think a lot of
Yep.
people have that in the back of their mind, but when I'm looking at the statistics here that I do have, see that Atlanta has a big passing advantage. Carolina's got a decent rushing advantage. And then, Carolina, slight third down conversion advantage. Carolina, a good sized red zone conversion advantage. Atlanta, big sacks on the quarterback advantage and big turnover differential advantage. I think that's where Atlanta really has to try to win this game, is getting pressure on the young. Do you guys see what I did there? The young. Get pressure on the young Bryce Young. But if he has time in the pocket, Atlanta does rank first best in passing yards allowed per game. Carolina's not picking up a big chunk of yardage. But I think, if Bryce Young does have success through the air, that's just going to make things worse for Atlanta in this one. But I am going to I'm gonna roll with Atlanta in this one. I think they really, really need this win. Not saying that Carolina doesn't. They both of these teams do. But this one's in Atlanta. And Atlanta cannot fall to 3-7. So I think Bijan Robinson receptions over 4.5. I think looks solid. I think Kyle Pitts receiving yards and/or receptions is worth looking at. That's where I see where Carolina is vulnerable. And then Robinson and Alligator, as Ivan and I like to call it. And I'll get back to that Herbert question too, Ivan. But yeah, Robinson and Alligator rushing yards, I think, are worth looking into. Bryce Young, Rico Dowdle, Chuba Hubbard, all of their rushing yards are worth looking into. Bryce Young passing yards, Ivan says that he likes. Yeah. I mean, Atlanta has allowed the second fewest passing yards to opposing teams this year, and Atlanta ranks first in passing yards allowed per game to opposing teams this year. But if you're getting a good line on Bryce Young, sure, what if his passing yards are at 10 passing yards? I love it, So let's go take a look at what that line is here, Ivan. Passing yards for Bryce Young, 169.5. 169.5. How many times has Bryce Young gone over that this season? Let's go take a look. Bryce Young, 170 plus.
Touchdown Washington, 12-6.
I kind of thought so because I saw some video about how John Gruden was talking about how who are they playing again?
Miami.
John Gruden was talking about how Miami is going to win 5 games in a row, and The head coach is going to keep his job and everything. And I was leaning towards Miami going into this game. And I heard him say that he likes Miami. I promise you, every time this year that I've heard Gruden say that he likes the same team that I do, the other team wins. And I know the guy knows the stuff. I know the guy knows the stuff and everything. But look, man, every time and I think it's probably been about 3 times this season, every time I have the same pick as Gruden, it loses. So
That's so crazy.
Mm-hmm. So, yeah, Bryce Young, how many times has he had 170 plus passing yards this season? He's gone over that in 1, 2, 3, only 3 out of 9 games this season. He didn't go over that in his only game against Atlanta this year. I don't necessarily know how much I like that one, Ivan. A Debo touchdown. Yeah, we were talking about Debo possibly getting a touchdown, and how he led the team in red zone target share. I don't know if they were in the red zone or not, but it looks like they actually may have been. But yeah, I mean, he had double the amount of targets Zach Ertz had. So I think that's who I was leaning with for Washington to get a touchdown. I'll have to go back and rewatch the film, but yeah, Alligator, man. Alligator, I think, is somebody worth looking at in this one. Tyler Algier, running back for Atlanta. 32 and a half rushing yards last that I checked. He's gone over that in 3 out of 9 games this season. Didn't go over that in that game against Carolina, but he only had 1 rushing attempt. That game was just very awkward for Atlanta. Algier stats versus Panthers is something that we can look at. And he's gone over the 32 and a half rushing yards in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 out of 7 career games against Carolina. Carolina has allowed the 10th most rushing yards to running backs this season. And, this game is being played on turf. So we can go take a look.
Mm-hmm.
Tyler Algier game log and go see if he is averaging more yards per carry on turf than grass. This season he is not, but he hasn't played a full season. Last year, averaged more yards per carry on turf. The year before that, more yards per carry on turf. Year before that, more yards per carry on turf. So maybe this is a game where he gets back on track. I would have to lean towards him getting over that, Ivan. Alligator getting over that. So did you say you like Carolina in this game, JB?
Yeah, I like Carolina.
Carolina's 6-4 against the spread. Atlanta's 4-4-1 against the spread. So, I'm thinking maybe Atlanta wins by a point. Let's see what else.
Atlanta could, but I just I like Carolina too much.
Oh, we haven't talked about the Tampa Bay and Buffalo game. Houston, Tennessee. I think those are like the main ones that we haven't talked about. Cincinnati, Pitt. Are some other guys trying to get on the air, JB?
In about in a little bit we're gonna do the main pod, but I mean we got time.
Cool. Yeah, once again, if you guys have any player prop questions or anything like that, feel free to let me know. Bettors, Chuba Hubbard, 15 rushing yards. What you think? Yeah, let's go take a look at that, man. Chuba, 15 plus rushing yards. I like that Atlanta has a bad rush defense. They've allowed the fourth most rushing yards per game to opposing teams. I like that Atlanta's allowing good-sized rushing gains to opposing teams when they do rush the ball. And I like that Hubbard ranks 43rd best in the NFL in rushing yards per attempt. Hubbard versus Falcons. I feel like we're going to find very favorable history on this because Hubbard hasn't necessarily been, the second string running back in a lot of his games. From my understanding, he's kind of been that main guy. But now that Dowdle has emerged, he's kind of taken a back seat a little bit. So I mean, yeah, he's got 15 plus rushing yards in 6 out of 7 career games against Atlanta. So that's not really surprising. But what's he done for us lately is another good question here. How many times has he had 15 plus this season? Every game except one. It's hard for me to not like it here, Ivan. I think that's where really Carolina has to attack Atlanta if they want to contend in this game. Is Atlanta's bad rush defense, not their. Why would you attack? If I'm Carolina, I rank 30th in passing yards per game. Why would I try to, come out here and sling the ball against the number one team in regards to passing yards allowed per game against Atlanta? Just not what I'm looking for if I'm Carolina. If I'm Carolina, I'm coming out trying to run the ball, drain the clock, and keep the ball out of Atlanta's hands. And not just keep the ball out of Atlanta hands, but just exploit that Atlanta rush defense. It seems like the most logical thing to do. Now, obviously, if Atlanta gets up early, that changes things. You're going to be forced to pass the ball probably. But, early on, man, yeah, I think it's important for Carolina to establish that run. Dowdle's just on another level this year, 85.5 rushing yards. I'm sure the history would be going against us with him going over that. But what did he do against Atlanta earlier this year? Dowdle. Didn't he have 30 rushing yards?
I think he had a decent game.
He had 30 rushing yards and a touchdown. But I think Hubbard was still in that game. Yeah, Hubbard was still the guy. That was in week 3. Hubbard had the bulk of the carries, 17 carries, 73 yards. Dowdle, 10 carries, 30 yards. But now, Dowdle, just in their last game against New Orleans, Dowdle had 18 rushing attempts compared to Chuba Hubbard's 3, So that's the thing about Hubbard is is he going to get the carries? Even if he does get 3 here today, I think he could get Hubbard. I think he could still get that 15 plus against this weak Atlanta rush defense. At the top of my head, I think New Orleans has a much better rush defense than Atlanta does, and Hubbard almost got there against New Orleans with 3 carries. So. What else do we have here? Tampa Bay and Buffalo. I mentioned that this game could have some pretty bad weather. Let me update the system here. Winds I'm seeing could be close to 20 miles per hour throughout the entire game, with gusts around 35 miles per hour. Still a chance of some rain or snow. So I think, this could be a downgrade to big passing plays, specifically with Baker Mayfield. I already mentioned this earlier in the show. One of my buddies asked me what I thought about taking Tez Johnson for one of his fantasy picks this week. He was trying to see who he should get off the waivers. I think Tez Johnson looks pretty decent here if it was a better weathered game. It got me looking into Baker Mayfield and how he plays in bad weather. And I don't know anything statistically, but I saw that Baker Mayfield has openly come out and said that in bad weather games, he tries to manage the game, take care of the football more than put up big statistics. And I think against the Buffalo pass defense, which ranks third best in passing yards allowed per game in a bad weather game, this is a bad situation for Baker Mayfield and this passing offense of Tampa Bay. But Buffalo is extremely vulnerable in their rush defense. They rank 30th, so third worst in rushing yards allowed per game to opposing teams. I think they got to get it done on the ground with Rashad White, maybe a little Sean Tucker, heck, even maybe some Baker Mayfield in this one. Buffalo has allowed the fifth most rushing yards to running backs. Rashad White over under 44 and a half. He's only gone over the 44 and a half rushing line in 2 out of 9 games this season, but he's had 35 plus in 6 out of 9 games this season. So, you know, I think Tampa Bay's going to look to run the ball a little bit more than what they're used to. They do rank 8th in passing play percentage, so they do like to pass the ball. But I just, I think they're going to be calling a higher percentage of rushing plays than they normally do in this one. And then Buffalo, they rank second best, or not, excuse me, they call the second most rushing plays out of play calling percentage. Tampa Bay, their rush defense isn't bad, man. They rank 11th best in rushing yards allowed per game. But we know, like the Chiefs, right? Whenever they're going up against a good defense, if when the time comes, the Chiefs can pretty much move the ball against whatever defense. I mean, that wasn't the story in the last year's Super Bowl, but for the most part, yeah, I mean, good offenses seem to be able to, impose their will on opposing teams when they need to. So although Tampa Bay does have a good rush defense in regards to yards allowed per game, Buffalo ranks first in rushing yards per game. So I think not only could James Cook have a decent game here, but Josh Allen, his rushing attack, I think, is definitely worth consideration here. Tampa Bay has allowed the 11th most rushing yards to quarterbacks this season. Josh Allen, over under 33 and a half rushing yards. He's gone over that in 4 out of 9 games this season. But if we get that down to 25 plus rushing yards, he's gone over that in 7 out of 9 games this season. But he has gone over the 33 and a half rushing yards in 2 out of 2 career games against Tampa Bay. He had 41 plus rushing yards in both of those games against Tampa Bay, career games that he's played. And he's scored a rushing touchdown in both career games against Tampa Bay. So if you're thinking about Josh Allen, rushing attack today, whether it be rushing yards or anytime touchdown, I think this is a pretty decent spot for him. And, Tampa Bay's only allowed 1 rushing touchdown to quarterbacks this season. But, I think this is a decent spot for them to allow another one, I mean, Buffalo, when they do get into the red zone, they're converting touchdowns at a good rate. Tampa Bay's allowing touchdowns. I think Buffalo is going to be run focused in this game, especially with the bad weather. I think this is a pretty tricky game, to be honest with you. I mentioned Dalton Kincaid is out for Buffalo. Who's going to be able to run the ball better is the question, Who's going to be able to run the ball better? I have to lean towards Buffalo, but I don't think Tampa Bay matches up terribly. What is the line in this? Buffalo by 6. Buffalo -6. I don't know if Buffalo covers this one. I'd have to lean towards Tampa Bay covering that 6. But yeah, Mayfield's not running the ball like he used to, is he, Ivan? I saw that the other day, man. Or yesterday when I was looking. He hasn't even ran the ball in the last 3 games. So yeah, man, I just got to give the lean towards Buffalo here. I think if he does break that streak of not rushing the ball in the last 3 games, today's a good day to do it for Baker. You know, Buffalo's allowed the 8th most rushing yards to quarterbacks. Bad weather game. But you're right. He hasn't ran the ball. He hasn't even had a rushing attempt in his last 3 games, which is concerning. I love Cook for receiving yards better and receptions. Yeah, I have that on my radar here too, Ivan, simply because Tampa Bay has allowed the most receptions to running backs, or excuse me, the most receiving yards to running backs and the 12th most receptions. Cook has gone over the 11.5 receiving yard line in 3 out of 9 games this season. If we bump that down to 10 plus receiving yards, he's gone over that in 5 out of 9 games this season. Then he's gone over the 1.5 receptions in 4 out of 9 games this season, and then had 1 plus reception in 6 out of 9 games this season. So James Cook versus Buccaneers. Statistics is something that we could look up here. James Cook has played 1 career game against them back in 2023, excluding any playoff games if he's ever played against them in the playoffs. Only had 6 receiving yards, 1 reception. But, with Kincaid being out today, I think that opens up some more room for James Cook to see an extra target or 2. And with Kincaid being out, James Cook is tied with Joshua Palmer for the 3rd highest target share on this team. So, and I think in a bad weather game, keeping it close to the line of scrimmage could be important here instead of trying to air it out. So yeah, I'm with you on the James Cook receiving yards and or receptions. If I had to lean towards one, I'd probably go with the receptions over 1.5, but I think they both very well could hit. Touchdowns in this one. What about for the Tampa Bay Bucks? Where has Buffalo allowed some touchdowns? Let me look real quick. Receiving touchdowns allowed by Buffalo. They haven't allowed any receiving touchdowns to running backs. Rushing touchdowns. They've allowed the most rushing touchdowns to running backs. So that's where I would look for if I were going for a Tampa Bay Buccaneer to score a touchdown today. I'd be looking probably for Rachaad White, right? Rachaad White. Let me also look at one other thing here. Sean Tucker did get a rushing touchdown against New Orleans. Rachaad White did not. I would check to see who that goal line dude is for Tampa Bay. Rachaad White, Sean Tucker. One of those guys is the way I'd be leaning towards. And Tampa Bay, they haven't been doing a great job at getting into the red zone this season, and they haven't been doing good at converting touchdowns when they enter the red zone. So in that regard, I'm leaning more towards Buffalo having a better chance of scoring touchdowns. But yeah, I would look at those two guys first and foremost. JB, did you get a prediction on this game? Who do you like in this one, JB? If you're around,
On what?
Tampa Bay at Buffalo.
Yeah. Who did I have?
Some bad weather in this one.
I think I have. I think I got. Who was it? Let me just check.
After talking about it, I was saying that I think Tampa Bay covers and Buffalo wins, but after kind of talking about it, I think Buffalo might just roll them here in this one.
I
And
got
I trust Josh
Tampa Bay on it.
Tampa.
Yeah.
Hey man, if they can really exploit that Buffalo rush defense, which it's been bad this season, if Tampa Bay can get on top of that, I think they have a great chance. I just, I don't know about it, and I trust Josh Allen in kind of bad weather games more than Baker. So
I got Tampa on this, man.
I won't be surprised to see Tampa cover. I mean, yeah, I did like Josh Allen for the rushing yards, man. Something else that we can look at too, Ivan, is this game is being played on grass, right? Something that I like to look at. Josh Allen game log, right? Let's just go see if he's averaging more yards per carry on grass than turf. This season, yes, he is averaging more yards per carry on grass than turf. And then he's at home as well, right? Okay. What about last season? More yards per carry on turf than grass. The year before that, more grass than turf. The year before that, more turf than grass. So I don't see anything that it's not like Josh Allen has averaged more yards per carry on grass than turf than every season that he's played in, vice versa. Just kind of seems back and forth. So yeah, today I got to lean towards him, getting that. What about in margin of victories? Yeah. I got to lean towards him getting that, man. Personally, I'd rather get that down to 25 plus rushing yards since he's gone over that in 7 out of 9 games this season. But, over 33 and a half, he's gone over that in both of his career games against Tampa Bay. He's had at least 41 rushing yards in both career games that he's played against Tampa Bay. And Tampa Bay has allowed the 11th most rushing yards to quarterbacks this season. I think in a bad weather game too, quarterbacks may be a little bit more likely. In the back of their head, they're thinking, I'm going to drop back for this pass, but if I don't like it, I'm going to go ahead and take off since these winds are a little crazy today. Instead of
these wins are becoming really, really needy. You know what I mean? Like you gotta win the games that you're supposed to win now. And not only are you gotta do that, win the games you're supposed to, but you gotta also put up a fight and win them games that you're not supposed to, or that it should be a throw up. You know what I mean? The way that everything has changed. I mean, it's week 11. It's time to nut up or shut up. Put up or go to Cancun. It's these are, especially like I said, this game right here with Kansas City and Denver, man. This is more than just playoff implications.
Yep. For sure, for sure. Houston, Tennessee, ugly game.
Very ugly.
We got a backup quarterback for Houston, Davis Mills. Tennessee hasn't been great this season. In fact, they've been far from it. I don't really want to talk about this game too much, but I got a weird feeling Tennessee comes out on top. What do you think, JB?
Yeah, coach being fired, kind of play together, rally around, the youngster and the intern. I could see it, mess up their draft spot.
Yeah. Ivan wants us to talk about this Bengals and Steelers game. Yeah, let's.
Oh, the Unk Bowl, icy hat.
I am interested in this game as well, Ivan. I mean, look, Pittsburgh leads the all-time series 71-41 against Cincinnati. These teams played on this exact date back in 1997, and Pittsburgh won by a final score of 20-3. That game was in Pittsburgh. But that was back in 1997. Here we are in 2025. So what's going on now? First off, I'd like to talk about this weather. I'm seeing sustained winds, 15 to 20 miles per hour, gusts likely between 30 and 35 miles per hour. So I think that definitely is a downgrade for the Cincinnati team more than Pittsburgh. Both of these teams have bad pass defenses, but Cincinnati does accumulate more passing yards per game than Pittsburgh. Also, Cincinnati calls a higher percentage of passing plays than Pittsburgh. Both of them do call a high percentage of passing plays, but Cincinnati ranks first in the entire NFL in passing play percentage. Pittsburgh ranks 10th. So I think what this game is going to come down to is who is going to run the ball better. And I have to lean towards Pittsburgh in that category simply because of the rush defenses. Pittsburgh ranks 14th best in rushing yards allowed per game. And then Cincinnati, there's no other team that allows more rushing yards per game than Cincinnati. Neither of these teams are great at running the ball, but Pittsburgh is better in regards to rushing yards per game. So Cincinnati's the worst rushing team on both sides of the ball in regards to yards accumulated per game or yards allowed per game. So, Jaylen Warren, somebody definitely who I got my eyes on. Cincinnati has allowed the most rushing yards to running backs this season. And it might not just be necessarily Jaylen Warren, right? It could be Gainwell. I'm not sure if they're trying to get Caleb Johnson in the mix, but maybe him a little bit. Now Gainwell didn't have a rushing attempt against the Chargers in their last game, and Warren had 14. So Warren is really that go-to guy in the rushing attack. So I think that line is awfully high for him. 79.5 rushing yard over under. He's only gone over that in 1 out of 8 games this season. But if there's a game that he goes over that, this could be this could be a good spot for him to go over that. And receiving yards and or receptions for running backs for Pittsburgh, I think is doable here. Cincinnati's allowed the 4th most receiving yards to running backs, the 6th most receptions to running backs. I just happened to look at Jaylen Warren because they didn't have any Kenneth Gainwell receiving props up. Yeah, I would like to look into that a little bit. But Jalen Warren has gone over the 16.5 receiving yard line in 5 out of 8 games this season. And he's had 10 plus receiving yards in 7 out of 8 games this season. But it gets better with the receptions. Not necessarily at the true line, which I saw it at 2.5, which Jalen Warren's only gone over that in 3 out of 8 games this season. But Jalen Warren has had 2 or more receptions in every game this season. So, I think that can be good here. Cincinnati's defense is just terrible. They rank 30th in passing yards per game. Excuse me, passing yards allowed per game. So, if Aaron Rodgers is able to manage the weather the storm, if you will, I think he's in a good spot. I think everything for Pittsburgh, everybody in Pittsburgh is in a good spot. It's just the weather that's concerning here. Aaron Rodgers over under 232.5 passing yards. He's only gone over that in 3 out of 9 games this season. But if we get that down to 200 plus, he's gone over that in 7 out of 9 games this season. I didn't have time to look at the history, or it got deleted. I don't want to talk about that anymore. But Cincinnati has allowed the 7th most passing yards to quarterbacks this year. So, they've allowed the 2nd most yards per completion. So I would be maybe looking for more towards a yards per catch kind of guy in this game, just because of the weather. So I think yards per catch, as we're getting into the bad weather games, and how players do the grass and turf splits, I think all of that is going to start playing a much bigger factor as we get into the later stages of the season. Everything starts on the ground. Your balance starts on the ground. The traction, if you are playing in some snow, and those surfaces are going to start meaning a lot more.
Oh yeah. I've been asking a question in a lot of lives and stuff about this whole predicament with Flacco and Burrow, and man, I to me the same Cincinnati team plays better for Burrow than they or better for Flacco than they do Burrow. You know, um, I think Cincinnati, comes out with this one. Um, I just like Joe, bro. I just like the old man Joe. It's like they say, the more gray hairs, the wiser you are. It's the older he's gotten, the better he's gotten. He's aged like fine wine in the NFL. It's crazy.
Mhm.
I, I,
Ivan
I
Ivan says forget about the wins in this game. He likes all Flacco, 2 passing touchdowns, 250 yards,
ooh,
Higgins touchdowns, receiving yards, receptions. He says forget about the wins. And sometimes I've mentioned that on other shows before.
yeah,
Is sometimes we play weatherman too much. I mean, these are still professional football players
right.
who've been playing in bad weather since they were 2 years old. So
I
um,
like that what he said. Forget about the wins. This isn't really a good game to probably pick a win. It's probably better to just pick some good odds. You know, I do know there is one thing I knew. I do want to say one thing. There's this really interesting parlay that Southgate has just now like really been bringing to a lot of people's attention. I don't want to speak too much on it because I would be totally incorrect and botch it, but it's something like this crazy 20 legger, and it's an almost guaranteed hitter. Like it's all basic BS. Like, is Mahomes gonna get 10 plus yards for rush? You know what I'm saying? Like just
yeah.
real simple. Okay. And I'm gonna tell you this, it's hit every time for him. It's like a plus 1200, I think is what they call it. And dude, it's the most simplest things I've seen. I can't tell you how many people I've seen hit this thing in the last 3 weeks.
Yeah, it's like instead of taking Rodgers over 250 plus passing yards, we're going to take him to get 100 plus.
Yeah, it's like all basic small stuff, like
Yeah,
35 yards for, Rasheed Rice, instead of,
right.
like you said, the 7 receptions, it's the 4.
Right.
It's all like negative 1,000 or plus 1,000 or whatever. However it comes out to, it's like he said it was like the 1,200 or 2,100 plus or something like that. They call it like the 2,100 or 1,200 plus club or some weird shit. But
Mhm.
it hits. So I don't know. Y'all might, want to bend an ear later on in the lives, and I'll bring it up and have him, say something about it. But yeah, it's a good one, you guys. I'm just saying. 9.99, 49.99 per week.
And you know,
Miami touchdown. Miami touchdown. It's 12-13 now. Who was that? That running back. Not
H-Chan.
H. Gordon. Gordon.
Oh, Ollie Gordon.
Yep. Ali Baba Gordon.
Ollie Baba Gordon. Um,
Ali Bye Bye Gordon.
what were we talking about? The wins, right? So
Yes.
Ivan
Don't
saying,
count
forget
the
about the
wins.
wins.
Yes.
I'm going to, play it on the safer side here. I'm going to say the wins are a bigger factor than I want to say than what I
Mhm.
want to do. So I'm looking at yards per catch. So instead
Okay.
of seeing who can, have a big 40 plus yard, 50 plus yard touchdown pass, I'm looking to see who can accumulate yards after the catch. DK Metcalf ranks 10th best in the NFL at yards per catch, and then it's Jalen Warren at 23rd best in the NFL. So those are the two guys that I'm, looking to target here for Pittsburgh. And I mentioned this game is being played on grass, so DK Metcalf game log is what I'm going to look up here. I'm going to see who is DK Metcalf better at accumulating receiving yards on turf or grass? This season, he's averaged more receiving yards on grass than turf. Once again, this game is being played on grass. Last season, it was turf. The year before that, grass, but he didn't have many games on grass. Year before that, turf. So I don't really see anything, to whatever. But those would be the guys I'd be looking at. But to T. Higgins, that's usually the question, right? T.
We're to
Higgins,
look at DK real quick. DK, the reason why, as you went back last year and a little bit further on really fast, like about his grass and turf like tendencies, is he played at Seattle and their turf. So
mm,
he's had majority of turf heavy games throughout his career more so
than
than
grass.
yes, yeah.
I'm looking at T. Higgins. So this season, more yards per catch on turf than grass, and he's been better in yards per catch at home than on the road. He's on the road this game. Last year, better on the road, and better on grass. Year before that, better on the road, better on grass. Year before that, better on the road, better on grass. So looks like, it looks like, and I'm looking back in 2021, it looks kind of even there. I don't see enough to make me be like, okay, yeah, he's um, he's just an absolute, grass monster or road monster. It's kind of back and forth there. And then with Jamar Chase, more turf this season.
This game is later on too, isn't it?
I think it's in
Or this
I
noon?
think it's in the early slate.
This is noon.
Let me see.
Or 1
Yeah,
o'clock.
it's an early slate.
1 o'clock games. Okay.
Jamar Chase. Looking at the turf grass splits. Where was I? Last season, grass and road for Jamar Chase last season. Home and turf. So it's just kind of back and forth between these guys, to be honest with you. I'm not seeing anything that's really sticking out. I think last week, and I don't know if I mentioned this or not with Justin Jefferson, but his turf splits, I mean, he's so much better on turf in regards to at least touchdowns. So I think that's beneficial for Justin Jefferson today. But I said the same thing last week, and he didn't produce very well. So I think part of that maybe have to do with his quarterback. Anyways, so yeah, I think history between the who has better history, Chase or Higgins against the Steelers is a big part of it. I really wish I had more time to look into this game. I think it's a great game too, Ivan. Since especially for player props, I mean, both of these defenses are weak, but I could say the Pittsburgh rush defense is respectable. But yeah, both of these defenses are weak. And Pittsburgh, I saw that you liked Flacco passing yards. Yeah, I mean, Flacco has shown that he can pass the ball still, and Pittsburgh's allowed the second most passing yards this season. Pittsburgh's allowed the second most passing yards to quarterbacks. I think some other guys, man, Freiermuth, this whole tight end corp for Pittsburgh is worth looking at. Even Cincinnati. The cool thing that I saw about Noah Fant is that he's gone over the 23.5 receiving yard line in all 7 games this season, and he's gone over the 2.5 receptions in 6 out of 7 games this season. Pittsburgh has allowed the 8th most receiving yards to tight ends, the 10th most receptions to tight ends. So in that regard, I think Noah Fant is in a great spot here today. I really see some good numbers here with the Pittsburgh tight end corp as well. I think the thing that's really sticking out to me is Jonnu Smith, 2.5 receptions, and Freiermuth, 2.5 receptions. Heck, even Darnell Washington, over 1.5 receptions. But what really sticks out to me is Jonnu Smith to get 2+ receptions. If you guys have that option available, he's gone over that in 8 out of 9 games this season. So if you can move Jonnu Smith's line to 2+ receptions, so over 1.5, over 8 out of 9 games this season. But give me Pittsburgh here, JB. Give me Pittsburgh. What are your thoughts, man? Who do you got in this one, JB?
My was Pittsburgh as well.
You like Pittsburgh in this one?
Yeah.
And I think it's a good spot for Flacco, Ivan. I mean, besides the wind, which you don't seem to be concerned about, I understand. Nobody calls a higher percentage of passing plays than Cincinnati. And Pittsburgh allows the most passing yards per game. So if you're looking for yards per catch, guys, in this game, if you are concerned about the wind leading up to game time, the guys who are good at yards per catch, let's go take a look. Yards per after the catch, excuse me. two completely different categories. Yards after the catch, guys, for Pittsburgh, DK Metcalf ranks first on the team, 10th best in the NFL. Jaylen Warren, 23rd in the NFL, second best on the team. And then for Cincinnati, it is Jamar Chase. He ranks third best in the NFL in yards after the catch. And then Chase Brown, 36th best in the NFL in yards after the catch. So I got to go with yards after the catch guys in this one. So Jamar Chase and DK Metcalf. Now, yeah, I think Higgins could do good too. And I haven't looked at the history with Higgins versus, Pittsburgh. Higgins versus Steelers game log. His last 5 games, he's had a touchdown in 3 out of his last 5 games against Pittsburgh. Career, he's had a touchdown in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 out of 9 career games against them. Jamar Chase, touchdowns, he's had a touchdown in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 out of 7 career games. He also had a multi-touchdown game in his first career game against them. Jamar Chase has had 95 plus receiving yards in 3 out of 7 career games against them. If you toggle that down to 80 plus, you're looking at 5 out of 7 career games. And then T. Higgins, if we're looking at receiving yards, last I checked, I saw him at 56.5. He's had 57 or more receiving yards in 6 out of 9 career games. And if you get that to 50 plus, you're looking at 7 out of 9 career games. And I don't know if I mentioned this, but Aaron Rodgers has had 200 plus passing yards in 7 out of 9 games this season. I think I did mention that, but yeah.
Didn't know that, though. As always, it's good stat.
Yeah, I'm going to start giving you guys those alternate lines a lot more in the upcoming shows. I think I've done a poor job in doing that for you guys. So, like I said, man, I'm always looking for ways to improve the show for you guys. I know a lot of you do like to, do those 10, 20 leg parlays with high percentage plays. So I'll try to make sure to do a better job in including that for you guys. And if there's anything specifically, that you guys want me to do more of, feel free to let us know. Feel free to contact me, myself, or JB, or, however you want to go about that is good with me. And, I just don't think we've really talked about the San Francisco-Arizona game. Ugly game. I think San Francisco's got Ricky Pearsall back.
Yeah.
Looks like they got Ricky Pearsall back this week. I would see if he's limited in any fashion. Typically, I wouldn't think he would be, but I'm seeing here that Kyle Shanahan's track record is what they're saying here. At rotogrinders.com, rotowire.com. Kyle Shanahan, the head coach for San Francisco, his track record suggests that Ricky Pearsall could jump right back into a significant workload. So I would just check on his limitations if he has any before making any moves there. We already mentioned Marvin Harrison Jr. is out. So who on the Arizona Cardinals is the next man up? Target share, McBride could see even more targets. And, San Francisco hasn't been particularly good or bad at defending against tight end receiving yards and or receptions. or not but receiving yards or receptions. So Michael Wilson looks like he's going to be the next man up with Marvin Harrison out. I think Zay Jones is still out. So Elijah Higgins, maybe even a little bit of Dortch. George Kittle. Yeah, I mean, Arizona has allowed the 10th most receiving yards to tight ends this season. George Kittle has gone over the 49.5 receiving yards in 1 out of 5 games this season, 8 out of 14 career games against Arizona. George Kittle has had a touchdown in 5 out of 14 career games against Arizona, and 2+ touchdowns in 2 out of 14 career games against Arizona. So just based on that alone, if you're getting 7-1 on George Kittle, anytime touchdown, seems fair, just based on his history against Arizona. Obviously, there's some other factors there, but I'm seeing 10-1 here. So, what do you think about this one, JB? San Francisco, Arizona.
I'm going San Francisco. They got pieces back. I mean, Arizona has been playing better with Jacoby Brissett, but I don't know. I think Niners are a better team. I mean, it also depends on CMC. CMC has a good big day. Niners win when CMC's having a good production day. They don't win when he can out of the game. So like I said, it just it goes on his bucks.
Arizona, I mean, they have been competing in some of these games this year. I see that they do have a big turnover differential advantage. They have a slight red zone attempts per game advantage, but they're better against the spread this season. San Francisco's favored by 3.5 in a game. This game is being played in Arizona. I really like San Francisco's passing advantage. They rank first in passing yards per game. Arizona's below average in passing yards allowed per game. I just got a weird feeling about this one that Arizona keeps it close. If San Francisco wins, I don't think it'll be by more than. I don't think it'll be by 4+ points. Just at the top of my head, maybe you guys have done more in-depth research than I have about this game. This is more of like a general research show. Now, sometimes I do get in-depth with it. Just didn't have the time this week, but hopefully, next week that changes. Still talking about some good information here today, but yeah, give me San Francisco to win this. You know what, man? You just forget about San Francisco winning or losing. I'm liking Arizona. I'd have to lean towards Arizona plus 3.5. So Arizona to win the game or lose by no more than 3 points. And then I don't think we talked about the last game on the list here, JB, and I didn't do a lot of research for this one, guys. Sunday night football game, Detroit at Philadelphia. I do think, it's all good. I do think that there could be some touchdowns in this game. Philadelphia, no other team converts touchdowns more than Philadelphia when they're in the red zone. They rank first in red zone conversion percentage. Detroit allows a lot of red zone touchdowns. I wish I had more player props available for you guys in this game. I think it's a very important game between both of these teams. Detroit gets to the red zone often. They convert touchdowns often. I give Detroit a good sacks on the quarterback advantage in this one. Vulnerability. Both of these teams like to focus on running the ball in regards to play calling percentage. Detroit is better at passing the ball, much better at passing the ball in regards to yards per game. Both of the pass defenses are about the same in regards to passing yards allowed per game. Philadelphia seems like they're vulnerable to the receiving yards to running backs. So I would be looking for Jahmyr Gibbs and or Montgomery to get those receiving yards. It seems like we've been talking about those guys receiving yards a lot this season. Well, I think this is another spot that if you're interested in this game, it's worth looking into for player props. And then Detroit Lion wide receiver receptions. Philadelphia seems somewhat vulnerable to the receptions allowed to wide receivers. Detroit's defense is pretty good. I didn't see like a huge vulnerability in this Detroit defense. Also, if you're thinking about Goff rushing yards for some reason, he's gone over that, or not over that, but Philadelphia has allowed the third most rushing yards to quarterbacks this season. I think I'm going to lean towards Detroit in this one, but I'm really not sure about this. I just didn't have time to do my thorough research on this one.
I got Detroit on this one.
Detroit, JB.
Yeah, I got Detroit. Laporta's out for 4 weeks. He just entered the IR yesterday. I don't know about IR, but maybe it was IR. I know he's out for 4 weeks though. So if you guys got him in your fantasy or whatever, I didn't know. Now you know.
Hey, yeah, thanks for the comment there, Ivan. We appreciate that, man. And this necessarily isn't about us just giving you guys picks, right? It's about giving you guys some statistics that you may have not had time to do research on.
Right.
I know that
if you just don't got
Ivan,
time to do the research at all, and you just, you
yeah,
literally, you got comments right there, like Ivan, "Psh, what do you think?" And then Bettors literally, and then I'm just giving you, when I'm not, when I just give you just what I see, what
yeah,
I've seen, what I've watched, and and Bettors either backs it or surges it or goes, gives his with his, statistics analysis. You know what I'm saying? And it's not like he's just giving you; he gives you the data of where he's getting the info from. So like
yeah,
that it's prepared and it's you get both sides and aspects of it. Plus, you guys could drop your own knowledge. And there's some things that, man, a lot of things we don't know everything. We don't claim to know everything. And when you drop your knowledge, whether we know it or not, there might be somebody else that's watching this that don't know that because we might not even touch that.
yeah.
So
And
hey,
and
man,
and maybe you don't have time to even watch a show. JB has stated multiple times that there is that Southgate subscription available with those parlays, so that's always available for you guys. Just the list goes on, and I know Ivan specifically likes to look at trends that have happened, not just with NFL, but NBA and other sports, trends that have happened over a course of games. For instance, let's say he likes looking at props where, let's say, a player has gone over this line 7 games in a row. And then I come in with
Miami.
historical data that either goes against it or with it. And, if it's with it, it just adds to his likeness for that specific prop or team or whatever the case is. But I'm gonna include that more on future shows, Ivan. Once again, those alternate lines, not just the regular ones, but I don't know if you have the option to do all alternate lines or not, but I know a lot of people do, and so I'm gonna start doing that some more. But that's
Yeah,
about
but
all I got. JB, who is your favorite upset of the week? Look, this is not statistically speaking, guys, but give me the New York Football Giants today to pull off that upset against Green Bay with the new coach, Winston at quarterback. I would love to see it happen.
The Giants over who?
Giants over the Packers today. Now, statistically speaking, I mean, an upset that I think is, I mean, the Titans. The Titans would be
Mm,
my upset of the weeks. I mean, but that's not even statistics. I mean, statistically, I don't know what I saw, but
yeah, it's
you know,
a tough one to come up with. Like
my heart, my gut is telling me Giants. Although all the statistics go against that.
I'm gonna I'm gonna say the Cardinals.
There, yeah, I think that's a pretty decent sneaky team divisional game in Arizona. I like that look there, JB.
Yeah, I got the Cardinals on that.
Um, player of the week, player of the week, JB.
Mm. Um, I'm gonna say Patrick Mahomes.
Patrick Mahomes.
Mm-hmm.
Give me
Against that Denver defense, back against the wall. Not only is the division in contest, but so is playoff appearance. We're at this moment out of the playoffs, looking to be in the hunt. Wild card. So we got some things to do, and with Mahomes being on the road, that Denver defense, everything I just said, I think he comes out, plays a good game. They slow down that Denver rush. Um, I think that you know he puts up the numbers and takes the team on his shoulders, and maybe not on his shoulders, but you know what I'm saying. He makes that X factor moment where he's on ESPN tomorrow morning and they're talking like, "Yo, NFL's in trouble." You know what I'm saying? Like this is what solidifies, like that the Chiefs are back. Like the Chiefs are in there. We're here. It's not like that we're back like we've been anywhere. It's just man, we played a couple hundred games in the last few years. Like a carbureted diesel truck.
game of the week too. Chiefs and Broncos. Is
Chiefs
that
and
your game of the
Broncos,
week?
and yeah, that and Seattle Rams.
Both of those games on at the later slate. I mean,
Hmm.
that
We
late
will
slate
have
looks
them on.
nice. That late
Yep, we
slate
will
looks
have them
nice.
on TikTok, you guys. We
Yep, I
will
was
have
just
them
about to
on.
say TikTok. You guys are going to be having the games on there.
Yes,
Over
sir.
on your TikTok, right, JB?
Yup. It's not move dash JB. We're not on the usual one. We're on um the original one though. But yeah. You guys go tap in with WDUBBY.GG. It's a new energy drink they got out. New sponsor we got. Take it for a test, man. Give it a try. It's absolutely delicious and really get you going. Put you in the groove. And man, it helps you tap in. It makes you lock in. And if you don't use it, man, just log out. Enter promo code not moved for 10% off your entire order, as well as the not moved shop.fourthwall.com. You can enter in promo code Betters, Betters, promo code not moved, either or gets you 10% off. You might even be able to stack them. Give it a try. Um, we're also with Walmart.com, BetUS, MyBookie.ag. Use promo code not moved on both of those as well. Get up to 125% on your first 3 deposits with mybookie.ag and up to 100% on your first deposit with a Bet US. We also got the Dallas Cowboys Pro Shop, Niners Pro Shop, Kansas City Chiefs Pro Shop, MLB Shop, NFL Shop. Man, get on in there, get all your gear, cards, anything, everything, as well as do all your shopping. Whether you get it delivered or you go pick it up, let them handle that. Just go from your phone, man. Walmart.com. You can get all these links on our website, which is not moved dash fourth wall dash shop.fourthwall.com.
Fourth wall,
All
JB. How do you spell that? Did you put it down in the comments, or if you could, or do you want
yeah.
me to?
Yeah, it's not moved dash shop dot fourthwall.com. And you just enter in that guy right over there, and you can use all them links. You got to scroll down. Now, we also are still doing the NFL Jersey Not Move podcast raffle. It's $10 an entry, guys. Coming straight from the NFL Pro Shop. Shout out to our sponsors. This has been big. We had a big turnout last week. Major shockwave. He's actually in the live right now, watching the Washington Redskins or Washington Commanders and the uh, Dolphins go back to back with it. 2-minute warning. He won a jersey last week and got it for his wife, dude. Great gift right there. Cheap, man. Hey, $150 jersey. He ended up getting himself one of the AJ Brown, Kelly Green female jerseys. Man, all for a chance to win, man. You just enter. You can enter in at the donation box on our website. You pretty much scroll down all the way to the bottom, and it's in between the YouTube page videos and the support area. It says thank you for your support. You look right to the right of it, and it has an area where you can enter in your name, your handle name, or how we get a hold of you when we put you in for to win or for on the wheel. And then enter in, it has a section: $5, $10, $20, or custom. Tickets are $10 a piece. You enter it in, it goes right to the account. It notifies our phones immediately. We see that you entered in, we put you in on the list. Once we hit 10 entries, we need 10 entries minimum to make this drawing happen, though. As soon as those 10 entries happen, that drawing goes. And you can't buy 10 entries yourself. So, I mean, I guess at that point, you just get, you know what I'm saying? But yeah.
Hey, JB, I just want to mention one thing, man, before we get out of here. A couple of injury updates. Wide receiver Keon Coleman out today for
Oh,
Buffalo.
oh.
And then there was one other one that I saw that just came across. It was Brian Thomas Jr., which we were expecting that. He's inactive today, wide receiver for Jacksonville. So Devontae Adams still questionable, but is likely to suit up for the Rams. Just keep up to date with that. Closer to game time. That one's at 4:05 p.m. Eastern time. And then Drake London, he was questionable, but I'm seeing that he's listed as active today. Wide receiver for the Atlanta Falcons.
Yeah, that's big. That's big for them.
But other than that, anything else, JB?
No, I think that's it.
All right. Thanks again, everybody, for your support. We really appreciate you guys. Good luck today. JB, I think tomorrow we'll probably do a breakdown of that Monday Night Football Cowboys Raiders game like we usually do.
Yes, sir.
Cool. Sounds good, man.
Not even just that, but I also want to say Wednesday, we want to get back on that first look as well. Tuesdays. I don't know if you guys seen. I know if you guys remember it. The show was 23 years in the making, and it was a wonderful show. ESPN produced and put out, and it was recently just canceled. But around the room or around the horn, we now have access, and we now play as Not Move Podcast around the room, NMP style. You guys can drop your if you guys got some ideas, trivia, anything like that, stuff that you want to be, if you want to be on the show, it's broadcasted on all platforms. It gets clipped, we produce it, we put it on TikTok, we put it everywhere. It's everywhere, simultaneously broadcasted. Twitch, Kick, YouTube, playback. You can find us on multiple accounts on TikTok doing it. But we play this, man, and it is so fun. It is awesome. We are gonna do 2 days a week as of right now, Tuesdays and Fridays, Tuesday nights, Friday nights. We'll have different hosts, different questions, stuff like that. But not only just that, but once we're gonna open it up on a special day, and we might do it. We're probably gonna do it on a Wednesday, but we're gonna open it up to the public and have special guests that can come on up, play the games they want, host it, whatever. Join the fun, man. Tap in. We're playing around the room, man. Some good shit. Hosting some good shows right now.
Sounds good, man. All right. Well, I'll see you over there on TTJB. I'll come hang out with you guys here in a little bit. All right. Watch some games with you guys.
Yep. We're actually gonna be live on multiple platforms. We're gonna be live, and the crew's gonna head on over to the playback side, right? And then it's gonna be streamed to TikTok. Okay. While it's being streamed to TikTok, we are gonna have some people probably over there kind of running that side, but we're gonna have some people come up. It's gonna be different. We're gonna run it a little bit differently. We're gonna have some trial runs and seeing how some things run. We've done it before and it's worked out really well. So we're gonna see how Sunday works out for us. But yeah, guys, we love to see you guys there though, for real.
All right. Sounds good, man. Well, thanks again, everybody, and good luck today.
Yo, hey, go Chiefs, and always stay not moved.
Let's go Vikings.
Let's go Chiefs. Let's go Cardinals.
This non-casual podcast may not be reproduced, retransmitted, or reused without the authorized written consent of the Not Move Podcast Network. Thank you, and we hope you enjoyed today's broadcast.